Welcome to the first kickoff show of the 2025-2026 season here on RedHawk Radio. We are here in Madison, Wisconsin for an outstanding matchup between the Wisconsin Badgers and the Miami RedHawks. I am Sean Wiesemann, joined here by Gavin Stark, and we have some great stuff to talk to you about. We'll go through some storylines, the returning starters, some portal additions, and then some keys to the game. I'm excited.
I'm pumped.
We're
back.
Too.
Football is back.
Absolutely. We are so back, and I think we should start with some storylines. Gavin, give us the scoop. What's going on in Oxford? I heard there's a new quarterback.
Yeah, there might be a new quarterback, and I think his name's DeQuan Finn, but
You there?
but
There's a new quarterback.
massive change the season into the season with 11 new offensive players. A massive change from last season's offense, but this could worry some fans back home in Oxford. But I honestly don't see word. We'll talk about the portal additions coming up later on during the show, but obviously DeQuan Finn, a guy who's been the biggest addition so far in the offseason, and a guy there's a lot on his hands right off the get-go here in Oxford. The talk's been all about DeQuan Finn. This is a 2023 MAC MVP. He played at Toledo. You saw him play at Miami a few times. This guy's good. This guy has the tools.
Yes, he does.
Just came off of a season at Baylor where he didn't have much playtime at Baylor, but he's back in the MAC, and he's back where I think he belongs for his 7th year in Oxford, Ohio, and I'm pumped. I think DeQuan Finn's going to have a really, really big season. He's already proven that he can play in the MAC, and now he's got a big opportunity on his hands tonight in Madison for a primetime game on Thursday.
Certainly. Yeah. And you look at Wisconsin on the other hand. Wisconsin's got a massive, massive season ahead of them here. Luke Fickell's job on the line. Luke Fickell, obviously familiar to some folks around Oxford, as he was University of Cincinnati's head coach for a few years there and took them to a college football playoff, multiple American Athletic Championship games, and certainly felt like a slam dunk hire at the time for Wisconsin, but it has not gone as planned. For starters, they decided to go with a completely different offensive scheme than what they had previously used for the last 20 years, evolving away from a smash mouth game over to a more air raid style game. And as a result, it has not been pretty as Wisconsin comes off of a 5-7 season, looking, for the bounce back. They really need to bounce back. And so it all starts obviously with a new QB in Madison, Wisconsin. They had two last year who kind of cycled in and out. It was Tyler Van Dyke and Braden Lockie after Van Dyke was out for the year. Billy Edwards Jr., the transfer from Maryland, who has some experience with 26 career starts. He's certainly hoping to right the ship. He's got 2,800 yards, 15 touchdowns, and a QBR of 58, which is about average, middle of the pack. So it's up to him to try to right the ship and make something happen here in Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah. I mean, when you talk about the disappointing season, and then you also talk about who's on the chopping block, and Luke Fickell, obviously, coming off that 5-7 season. How can Wisconsin come back? How can they really bounce back from that season? And it feels like it's just been pure disappointment with Fickle so far. So how can they bounce back? What do they got to do? What are the answers? I mean, it starts tonight, really, here in Madison. They've got to answer the first question. Can they beat a team in dominant fashion like Miami? And to be honest, this is a Miami team where you can't just expect that, though. I feel like this is a team maybe being overlooked a little bit. I see them in a 2 to 4 range for the MAC preseason polls. But I mean, this is a really talented team. This is a team who's had a ton of great portal additions and a team where I don't think you can just expect to just blow them out. You got to play really good football if you like to do that against this team. And you have an experienced quarterback for the RedHawks and DeQuan Finn, who's seen it all. He's seen all these big games. He knows what to expect. So it's going to be a tough first game for this Wisconsin team, tougher than most Wisconsin Badger fans probably feel. But I mean, obviously Billy Edwards, I mean, he's got some big expectations on his shoulders here in Madison, Wisconsin. You know how much they love football here.
Certainly.
And with his 26 career starts, they see that and they're expecting that a 26 career start type of quarterback play out of him. I mean, anything lower than that is just really a failure. And another 5-7 season, and you're going to see this whole place flip upside down.
Yeah, no, certainly. And, obviously the 5-7 season last year was not just a anomaly for Luke Fickell, but a historical anomaly. I mean, this is the first time since Barry Alvarez was starting as head coach that the people in Madison, Wisconsin watched losing football, the losing record. So a blowout in the home opener, would be their perfect start just to kind of make them feel a little more confident. But honestly, we've talked about this before, that the expectations for this team are pretty low. It's 15th ranked. They're projected to be 15th in the conference out of 18 teams in the most recent Big Ten preseason poll among the coaches. And it's certainly hard. It's certainly hard to disagree given the exodus of talent that they had, the draft, and also to the portal, and also the kind of wasn't a great portal class that we will talk about later. Not a real strength of Luke Fickell, who prefers the developmental type, but certainly something to keep an eye out for. Just the entire season is whether or not Wisconsin performs. So their expectations were they've always been no worse than an 8-game winner for seemingly my entire life. I mean, honestly, so genuinely, yeah. So certainly something to keep an eye out for. So. Well, we'll then get into some returning starters. Obviously, for Miami, not a ton of returning starters, but some returning contributors. Tell me about them, Gavin.
Right, you say contributors, and a big contributor first is Jordan Brunson. He had 300 rushing yards last season. But the big return of Kenny Tracy, who contributed a lot in 2023 with his 46 carries, just shy of 50. I think he'll be that lead back for this team. But last season, you saw that 1-2 punch between the running back room in Oxford. So Kenny Tracy and Jordan Brunson, this is kind of a spot where I think is being overlooked. This running back room is a lot better than what people are kind of foreseeing it as. I think this is a huge part of the offense. I think they're going to lean heavily on the run game between Brunson and Tracy, and then as well as DeQuan Finn, too, with his legs.
Yeah.
3 really good, fast players, and I think the run game is going to be huge for this offense. So those are 2 really big contributors and returners for that Miami offense. And then defensively, you talk about defensive tackle Adam Trick, who's going to take on a much larger role. 37 tackles and 4.5 sacks last year. Definitely your best returner, besides maybe Silas Walters.
Certainly in the front 7, your best returner. Certainly.
Front 7, it's not really an argument at all. Adam Trick is going to be probably the leader in the front 7. And a lot of expectations are on him. 4.5 sacks last year. I mean, that's a good number.
Big number, especially for a guy who wasn't even necessarily. He was a rotational guy for a lot of the season. Didn't really come on until a little later in the season. So certainly he has some serious chops, and he's going to have to step up big time.
Right.
Definitely.
So if you're looking for Adam Trick to get a big opportunity, well, you're getting that this season because he's going to bring a huge opportunity on the table for him, and I'm expecting a lot from him. Just looking at the 4.5 sacks.
Definitely. And Gavin, now you just need to tell us all about the safety duo, Silas Walters, Eli Blakey. I know those are some big guys as well that you'll definitely want to mention. Tell me more about them.
Yeah, I mean, Silas Walters is a guy who went on that MAC trip to the preseason MAC thing, which was a huge part. I feel like that says a lot. Those are probably your captains when you bring him. DeQuan Finn and Silas Walters. So, I mean, a lot of expectations in the locker room about on Silas Walters, a guy who was a former walk-on from the Cincinnati area, and I'm expecting big things from him in the nickel position, as well as Eli Blakey, who is coming in third on tackles in the team last year. This is a guy who has a big opportunity on the plate for him and a big key for that defensive secondary as well.
Yeah, certainly. And then on the other side for Wisconsin, not a ton of returning starters. They lost a lot on defense, but also for both to the portal and to the draft, but also they lost a lot of offensive talent as well. But one of the big guys who's going to be back is Jake Renfro, their starting center, who is obviously a big contributor, was a big contributor for University of Cincinnati teams, but was hurt for a couple of years now, but certainly an potential all conference guy for certain. So a guy we're going to want to keep an eye on in the middle is him, and then on defense, it's really no contest. There really isn't a big defensive star on that team that has returned, so it's really hard to say who's going to be the big contributors for those teams. Just a lot of rotational guys who return.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's a lot of questions in the air as always when you're starting the season out. But for any team, a lot of questions in Wisconsin after coming off of that season. And then Miami is kind of the opposite, coming off of a solid season. MAC runner up. Obviously, the expectations always to win a championship here in Oxford. But I mean, that's a good Miami team who just kept getting better and better. And then they lose their best players, which is going to be the theme really every season. Yeah. When you play at a MAC school, you're going to lose your best players more than likely, or they're going to go to the draft even.
Yeah, so exactly. No, absolutely.
That's really the story. And there's big questions in the air, but I think that Chuck Martin's done a great job with his portal additions. I think he's done a lot of great things in the offseason, and this team has maybe not the highest projection, but in my eyes, this is a team that can easily win this back, and they can easily give a good upset here tonight in Madison. Maybe not win the game. I think, obviously it's in the air. They can definitely win this football game, but beating the spread is definitely on my mind. I mean, 17.5 points is the line, I believe.
Doable.
And that's very doable.
Yeah, absolutely. That's very doable. Well, we'll get into some portal additions now for the RedHawks. Obviously, we have DeQuan Finn. We know the story about him. Was at Baylor, had some big time games there, but got hurt early in the season, so wasn't really able to contribute. So he came back to the MAC. But tell us about this receiving core that feels, and tight end as well, very transfer heavy in both rooms.
Yeah, I mean, this receiving core for Miami is, there's a lot of questions obviously with the new additions that they have. You start off with talking about Deion Colsey. I mean, Colsey played his football at Notre Dame and a lot of experience there. 21 catches in total at Notre Dame. So a big opportunity now as he steps into a large role. He looks to be the wide receiver one guy for this Miami offense. And then he's also got good quarterback play too. Usually you see, that be a problem is quarterback play when you drop down a level maybe in football, but you don't have that here.
Yeah.
On Finn's experienced and really good. So I think Deion Colsey has a really good opportunity here for this team. And then you want to go in and talk about another addition of Keith Reynolds, who they've been pretty high on his athleticism and just pure raw talent coming out of Washington. And he'll be in that slot kind of position. And also, I think he'll be doing some kick returning and punt returning as well. So an explosive
He's an athlete,
player, an explosive player. And then Darion Williamson from Florida State. I mean, he's another experienced guy. All of these guys come from high-level D1 schools, so expecting big things from all three of those guys.
Certainly, yeah. And then, I mean, with the tight end room, you obviously have Grant Leaper from Iowa and Brody Cozen from Indiana, and both are guys who are looking for their first college catch, but the coaching staff is especially high on Leaper's pass-catching ability. I mean, he looks like he'll likely end up as the starting tight end, rather, because of his pass-catching, and then obviously you have to bring in some help for the offensive line, so they brought in guys like Austin Uke from Stanford to help, and then so plenty of help on the way. It's just a matter of will it all gel, will it all materialize. So now tell me more about the defense. I know they had also add not quite as much, but also had to add some to the defense as well.
Yeah, I mean the defense are not as much change, but there's still a lot. Like most times you could talk about the defense having a lot of change, but there was so much change on the offensive end that you don't even really look into the defense nearly as much. But I mean, defensive wise, you brought in a guy like Austin Luke from Stanford to help replace all five. Sorry.
No, we'll just cut that. That's fine.
4-star defensive back, Corey Beasley. I mean, that's a big addition. My favorite addition on the offseason was Corey Beasley because I saw him play at Cincinnati LaSalle during his high school days. He was so explosive and so athletic. So a former four-star in Corey Beasley. I mean, he's going to do a lot. And what I think is going to be the strong suit of this team is the secondary, and he's just a great addition to that. I know you've got some favorite guys that they've added, but I mean,
Definitely. I mean, I'm a big fan of the Bajobe from Kansas. He was a former Michigan State commit and, bounced around a couple teams, but the coaching staff is high. Is very high on him because his explosiveness, his first step was something that Chuck Martin marveled about, how he thought that was one of the best first steps he had seen at Miami. And obviously you get Cam Wilson as well, who had 5 years of experience at University of Cincinnati, had some spot starts as well for those. So additions to the front seven that certainly are needed, and also adding a guy like Coy Beasley to the out of the portal from Purdue and adds to an already very talented room and makes this very, very, very potentially great defense. If everything is able to gel, it's just a matter of in this modern day of college football whether everyone can gel and whether it all clicks. So certainly something to keep an eye on there as well. For Wisconsin, tell us about a little more about the quarterback room there. I know it was a little messy there, so tell us about the replacements, the transfers, etc. there.
right. I mean, we talked about Billy Edwards coming from Maryland, 26 starts, experienced guy, and Billy Edwards. It was a mess last year. We talked about that. Wisconsin struggled at 5-7, but I think it started with the quarterback play.
Yeah.
The injury at the beginning of the season, and then it just kind of there wasn't an answer. And I think this year you do have that answer. I mean, Danny O'Neal in the backup. I mean, that's a good backup. That's already a better situation there. So Billy Edwards and O'Neal will be that quarterback room as Van Dyke is on the way out. Or sorry, Van Dyke graduated and then Locke transferred to Arizona. Locke was the guy who stepped in for that Wisconsin offense and wasn't all sunshine and rainbows during that situation.
Certainly not. And then on defense, obviously you have a few guys who Matt Young, a former D3 All-American safety from Bethel College, 6'3", 215. He's going to be a big contributor to that secondary, a guy who Wisconsin beat more than a dozen Division I offers out for him. And also JVR Suggs, a guy from LSU, defensive lineman who they hope will help bolster the secondary. He's can be a starter on the defensive line, already listed as such. And then obviously a guy like Mason Rieger, a senior transfer from Louisville, who missed 2024, played in the ACC, but was a great contributor in 2023. He had 5 sacks and about 20 tackles for the Cardinals. So a great get at outside linebacker. And then also on the offensive line, they're really maybe one of the most underrated additions was Davis Hines, and a former Central Michigan left tackle who had 36 starts and comes in, adds experience and depth to an offensive line that, boy, was just an absolute mess and certainly able to help out this Wisconsin team big time and looking to add some more offensive line depth for the Badgers. So let's get into some keys of the game before we get out of here. Let's start with you, Gavin. What are your keys to the game here?
Yeah, I mean, it starts with the QB play. For the both teams, really. Depends on what quarterback can really ball out and show a good performance to start off the season. I mean, if DeQuan Finn comes out here and plays some of his best football, you're looking at a late fourth quarter game that could be in Miami's favor. Same thing on the other end with Edwards for Wisconsin. But for me, it's getting pressure on Wisconsin's O-line. Winning the front battle, we talked about off air, Northwestern game last year, we think of. And Miami competed at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
They competed, and that's why it was a close game to
Yeah.
win. And I think it's the same thing with this Wisconsin game. It's going to be a tough game at night in Wisconsin. I mean, it's a tough environment to play in, especially at home opener. So it's going to be a tough place to play at, but you got to win the line of scrimmage, and you're going to see yourself in a great position late in this one.
Definitely. And one of my big keys to the game, I think, is before we head off is I think it's pretty obvious that this team needs to score. That's not obvious if that wasn't obvious already, but Miami was 1-5 when scoring 20 points or fewer in 2025 and 2024 rather. So you really can't over rely on this defense. This defense does need to get pressure, and they need to really clamp down in the secondary against a really thin wide receiver room. But at the end of the day, it is going to come down to Finn. It's going to come down to the offense, the playmakers, the Keith Reynolds, the Darion Williamsons, the Kenny Tracy's. These are guys who are all going to have to make some serious plays to compete in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, football's back, Sean. We're
Absolutely.
back.
I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled.
Let's go.
Absolutely. Alrighty. Well, we appreciate you listening to this very special edition, Madison, Wisconsin edition of the Red Hawk Radio Kickoff for this game against the Miami RedHawks and the Wisconsin Badgers. Thank you so much for listening, and we will get you back to the pregame rather, in just a few minutes.
People look at me funny, 'cause I'm a little lopsided since you left. You can see the holes in me from miles away. There's dust on my cheekbones, 'cause I haven't been smiling since you left. You can see the holes in me from miles away. Now you're gone, I gotta learn to walk again, 'cause you were my bones. And now you're gone, I gotta learn to breathe again, 'cause you were my lungs. Where do I start? Where do I begin? Ooh, now you're gone, I gotta learn to love again. I gotta learn to love again. I gotta learn to love I gotta learn to love I gotta learn to love again, 'cause I haven't been smart. You were my I gotta learn to love again. What do I cry on? If it's not on your shoulder, my tears drop. Guess I gotta catch 'em or just watch 'em.
Good evening and welcome to Camp Randall for tonight's 2025 season opener of the Miami football season. My name is Andrew Relvas, your tonight's host for the Red Hawk Radio show. Appreciate you all for tuning in wherever you may be listening from. Tonight, the Miami RedHawks will be taking on the Wisconsin Badgers, second year in a row that they open up the season against the Big Ten team. And the RedHawks are looking to have a big upset to open up the season, and we will break it all down in just one moment. Thanks again for joining us here on tonight's Red Hawk Radio presentation of Miami football. It's been 241 days since the last Miami football game, a game in which Miami took down the Colorado State Rams in the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl, the last game that the Miami RedHawks faced off in. And tonight they will look to make it 2 wins in a row against the Wisconsin Badgers, a team that the RedHawks have only faced off against once in their program history. Miami won 43-17 in that Arizona Bowl in Tucson, Arizona, and now they will be facing off against the Wisconsin Badgers for the second time in team history. A little bit about that game. Wisconsin in 2015, so 10 years ago, on September 12th of 2015, Wisconsin ended up winning 58-0. In that game, Joel Stave, one of the top quarterbacks in Wisconsin team history, went for 236 yards in the air, 3 touchdowns and an interception. Dare Ogwunbowale was the top rusher for the Badgers. 16 carries, 112 yards, and a touchdown. Robert Wheelwright, 6 receptions and 79 yards. He was the top receiver for both teams. And Derek Tyndall was the top tackler for the Badgers with 7. And Paul Moses was the top tackler for the RedHawks with 10 tackles. Billy Ball was the quarterback for the Red and White. He went 7 for 20 with 98 yards and 2 interceptions. Leonard Ross was the top ball carrier, 8 carries for 23 yards, and Rakeem Williams, 3 receptions for 54 yards in that game. The RedHawks overall had 3 turnovers in that game, and this is a game that the RedHawks are hoping to play clean football in the 2025 season opener. So the last time the RedHawks were here in Camp Randall, it did not go well. They lost 58-0. But it's a new year, new slate, and the RedHawks are looking to start out the year strong at 1-0. We'll turn things over to the Football Power Index comparisons. No games under either of these two teams. Both sides didn't play in Week 0, so this is the season opener for both teams, the home opener for the Wisconsin Badgers. For Miami, they come in ranked number 78th in the nation, just under the top 80. They're projected to win 7.2 games and lose 5.2, so they'll go about 7-5 is what the ESPN FPI projection is saying. Wisconsin, on the other hand, ranked number 40 in the country, just outside of the top 30. They're projected to go 5.6 and 6.4, so they'll probably go about 6-6 on the season. In terms of conference standings, Miami is projected to finish number 2 in the MAC behind Toledo. And for Wisconsin, they're projected to finish 11th in the Big Ten, so around middle of the pack in that 18-team conference. And to make the college football playoff, Miami has a 1% chance as of now, and Wisconsin has a 3% chance to make the college football playoff. But obviously, a win for either side can certainly boost those stock, and we shall see when we get there. Well, let's talk about the RedHawks. Miami last season had a really good season in which they finished 9-5 with a 7-1 conference record in the Mid-American Conference. That was the first year where there were no divisions. So it was the top 2 teams finishing will play in the conference championship game, and Miami ended up making the MAC championship game for the second season in a row. They were 5-1 at home and 3-3 on the road. In that game, they lost the MAC championship to their arch rival, the Ohio Bobcats, 38-3, in which they were searching for their 18th conference championship game. But the game after, they won the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl 43-17 against the Colorado State Rams 241 days ago on December 28th of last year. Miami also has made a bowl game in 5 straight full seasons minus COVID, and they won their second bowl game under Chuck Martin, who comes in with a 2-4 bowl record. They've also had winning seasons in 4 of their last 5 seasons, and this year they're projected to finish among the top in the MAC. They're projected to finish second of 13 in the Mid-American Conference. Well, this is a Miami team that is much different from last year's squad. This is a team that's losing a lot of talent, especially on the offensive side of the ball. They're losing their 6th-year quarterback, Brett Gabbert, who was one of the best quarterbacks in Miami history. He racked up a lot of accolades, including a 2024 first-team All-MAC selection last year. He had an injury-riddled career at Miami, but still, when he was healthy, he was really good. So the RedHawks will be without their veteran quarterback, who finished just under 3,000 passing yards last year, along with 21 touchdowns and 11 interceptions. He has graduated and searching to make an NFL roster. The RedHawks also lost their top rusher in Keon Mosey, who finished his 5th year with over 1,000 rushing yards, just under 1,100 at 1,098, 4 touchdowns on the ground, and he was a 2024 second-team All-MAC player. And he also graduated along with Brett Gabbert. The RedHawks also have lost their top 3 receivers in Javon Tracy, Reggie Virgil, and Cade McDonald. For Javon Tracy, he was the top receiver 57 receptions, 818 yards, 7 touchdowns. He's transferred to Minnesota to play for the Golden Gophers in the Big Ten. He was a 2024 first-team All-MAC member. The number 2 target, Reggie Virgil, in his 3rd year, is going to Texas Tech. He'll play in Lubbock for the Red Raiders. He had 41 receptions, 816 yards, so 2 under Tracy, along with 9 touchdowns, most on the team in terms of receiving touchdowns, and he was a 2024 second-team All-MAC selection. They also lost Cade McDonald, a veteran receiver, who, like Brett Gabbert, had a couple of injured seasons, but still, when he was healthy, he was deadly. 52 receptions, 631 yards, and 3 touchdowns. He graduated, but he is on the Browns practice squad, so he's made it to the NFL, and he's hoping to make the active roster. We'll see if he can do it later in the season. On the defensive side of the ball, the RedHawks lost a lot of talent. Some of the main pieces that they lost Matt Salopek in his 6th year, the linebacker who was one of the best linebackers in school history. He finished 2024 with 122 total tackles, 54 solo, 1 sack, 2 forced fumble, and 3 interceptions. He was a 2024 first-team All-MAC member and a 2023 MAC Defensive Player of the Year. So the RedHawks are going to have a big hole at that linebacker position, and they will hope to make it up in the coming season. They also lost Ty Wise, who was a 4th-year linebacker, who was a 2024 second-team All-MAC member. He also graduated along with Salopek. And they also lost Bryan Agu, who was a star on the defensive line in his 4th year, a 2024 first-team All-MAC member. And one other player that they lost, it was Rayon Strader, the cornerback in his 2nd year, who was a 4-star that the RedHawks really love to have on their team, but he transferred to Auburn in the offseason, and he was a 2024 first-team All-MAC member, along with being a freshman All-American in his first season the year before with Miami. Well, the RedHawks certainly lost a lot of talent, but they have a decent amount of returners, and some of these returners include Jordan Brunson, the running back in his 4th year. He was the number 3 rusher on the team with 299 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns. The RedHawks will also be returning a veteran back in Kenny Tracy in his 5th year, 250 yards on the ground with 2 touchdowns. He was injured last season, tore his ACL, but he's at full strength and ready to go here in Madison, Wisconsin. And he was 3rd in rushing yards in 2023. They also returned Cam Perry, a veteran receiver who had 166 receiving yards last year, 5th on the team. They've also got Dom Jobin coming back, the 6th-year kicker, who was 86% in field goal accuracy, 33 for 34 in extra points, and he was a first-team All-MAC member. On the defensive side, the RedHawks have a decent amount of returners, including 5 really solid returners that should play a big role in this year for the RedHawks. First of all, Silas Walters returning for a 4th year. He had almost 100 total tackles, 95 on the season. He was number 2 in that category. Should be another ball hawk like he was last season. Eli Blakey, another veteran cornerback, set to make another splash here in his 5th year. Finished with 89 total tackles along with an interception. He was 3rd on the team in tackles. Corbin Hondrew is another guy who should be a big contributor on this defensive side. The star linebacker in his 4th year, had 70 tackles last year along with 1.5 sacks. Should be a key cog in that linebacker core. Adam Trick, another guy set to have a big role for Miami in his 3rd year. The junior, 37 total tackles last year and 4.5 sacks, which was 4th on the team. So he's going to be a big presence against Billy Edwards tonight for Wisconsin. And finally, Nasir Washington on the defensive line, the last returner who should have another big year in his 5th season, finished with 31 total tackles on the defensive line. Well, in the transfer portal, the RedHawks were busy, especially for Chuck Martin. He got a brand new quarterback in the offseason. they picked up DeQuan Finn, the Baylor transfer, former Toledo Rocket, transferred out to Waco, played a season, and he's returned back to the MAC where he was a MAC MVP a few seasons ago. With the Baylor Bears, he had 307 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, along with 66 rushing yards. He had 3 straight 2,000 passing yard seasons with the Toledo Rockets when he was there for the first 4 seasons of his career, and he will look to continue to show some dynamic playing ability on the road at Madison in what will be his Miami debut. The RedHawks picked up 3 receivers in the transfer portal, including Deion Colsey, the Notre Dame transfer. In his 5th year, he had 41 receiving yards for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. They also picked up Keith Reynolds from Washington for the Huskies. He had 35 receiving yards in his 2nd year. And they also picked up Cordell Russell, the Colorado transfer, playing for Deion Sanders, a former 4-star recruit. So the RedHawks are excited to have a versatile weapon in Russell coming into the fold on the receiving end. They also got Brady Cozen, a Indiana transfer tight end, and Grant Leaper, another tight end from Iowa, along with Coy Beasley, a cornerback from Purdue, and By Job, a defensive lineman from Kansas. So that is the That's the RedHawks preview on the season, and they are led by Chuck Martin in his 11th season, coming in with a 65-67 record, 51-32 in the MAC, and he's made 6 bowl games along with winning seasons in 5 of the last 6 years. Meanwhile, for the Wisconsin Badgers, we'll turn it over to the enemy team. Last year, they finished with a record of 5-7, 15th in the Big Ten. It was their first losing season since 2001, and in that year, they had a 1-3 home record and a 2-3 road record. So they certainly struggled last year, and they're picked to finish 12th in the Big Ten preseason poll, so around middle of the pack in a very competitive Big Ten conference. They had trouble at QB last year, and they're searching for more consistency. We'll get into the quarterback play in a moment. Offensively, they had the 4th lowest points scored in the Big Ten at 271, and the defense was pretty average at around middle of the pack in that Big Ten. Running game and QB play, however, was their downfall, and they will look to rebound in a big way in Luke Fickell's 3rd season at Wisconsin. Some notable returners for the Wisconsin Badgers. Darian Dupree is leading the running attack in his 2nd year. He had 317 yards on the ground and a touchdown. Number 2 in rushing yards, K.D. Iacomelli, a 4th-year running back. Number 3 in rushing yards last year, 274 on the ground with 2 touchdowns. In the receiving end, Vinny Anthony and Trech Kakahuna will be the top targets returning for the Wisconsin Badgers. Anthony, 692 receiving yards, number 1 on the team. The top target coming back for another season in Madison in what should be a big final year for him. And Trech Kakahuna, 339 receiving yards on last year's season. They also return Nathaniel Vacos, the 4th-year kicker, 12 for 19 and 31 for 31 in extra points. Defensively, they're returning Christian Aligerero in his 3rd year, the linebacker, number 2 in total team tackles. Preston Zachman, number 3 in team tackles at 58, and Nizer Forokaran, the cornerback, coming in with 51 total tackles and an interception. For the Badgers, they lost a decent amount of returners, especially offensively. Number 1, they lost their quarterback, Braden Locke, in his 3rd season. He transferred to Arizona. Their top QB had just under 2,000 passing yards last year at 1,936 in the air, 13 touchdowns to 10 interceptions. They also lost their top rusher in Tawee Walker, 190 carries for 864 yards and 10 touchdowns. He's transferred to Cincinnati. Will Pauling and C.J. Williams both gone. Very dynamic receivers. Pauling had 407 receiving yards. He's transferred to Notre Dame. And C.J. Williams at 248 receiving yards, transferred to Stanford in the ACC. Defensively, the Badgers lost 3 key returners in Hunter Wohler, who was a 2024 Big Ten Defensive Honorable Mention, so he was their best defensive player. He's gone. A star safety had 71 total tackles last year and 51 solo. He got drafted to the Indianapolis Colts in the offseason. They also lost Jake Chaney, who had 55 total tackles. He graduated, and Jaheim Thomas, the fifth-year edge, who had 53 total tackles in last year's season. In the transfer portal, Luke Fickell was busy. He picked up Billy Edwards, the quarterback, in his 4th year, the Maryland transfer, who finished just under 3,000 passing yards at 2,800, 15 touchdowns and 9 interceptions, along with 5 rushing touchdowns. They picked up a couple of receivers in Jaden Ballard, the Ohio State transfer, and DeKel Crowdus from Hawaii, former Kentucky Wildcat. And on the tight end side, they got Lance Mason, a 4th-year player coming from Missouri State, who had just under 600 receiving yards and 6 touchdowns. Defensively, they got Tyrese Fearbry, the Kentucky transfer, at 21 tackles. Jameer Latimer, the Jacksonville State transfer, probably the best defensive transfer that they brought in, 46 total tackles and 3 interceptions. They also got Deani Hill from Miami and Corey Walker, another MAC player from Western Michigan. And those were all the notable additions for the Wisconsin Badgers, but there were plenty other contributors that we will mention later on the broadcast. The Badgers are led by Luke Fickell in his 3rd season. He comes in with a 13-13 record with Wisconsin, an 8-10 Big Ten record, and he's made 2 bowl games with a record of 1-1. Well, for Fickell, he's trying to rebound, and he wants to rebound badly. Wisconsin, one of the premier programs in college football. He's trying to get them back on the winning map. They had their first losing season since 2017, and they're searching for a bounce-back year. Good news if you're a Wisconsin fan, Fickell has a record of 10-0 against MAC opponents and 5-0 against Miami. So that is a good omen if you're a Wisconsin fan. Not so great if you're a Miami fan, and we will see which side plays true and if Miami can break the streak against Luke Fickell. Well, those were both sides' previews. We'll now look into the college football scoreboard. A busy week 1 with games starting today and ending on Sunday. First of all, we've got a top 25 matchup tonight. It's Boise State at South Florida. South Florida is all over Boise State. They're up 31-7 with 7:15 left to go. Maddox Madsen trying to drive and get a comeback victory against South Florida, but feels a little too late for the Boise State Broncos, who made the college football playoff last year. They come in with the number 25 team in the nation, and they are trying to start off their season strong, but down 24 feels like it might be a little bit too late in that category. Well, there are plenty of other MAC games going on. In Piscataway, New Jersey, Rutgers leading 34-31. The Rutgers Scarlet Knights leading by a field goal with 11:07 left to go in the 4th quarter. So Rutgers taking advantage of the Ohio Bobcats, but wouldn't be surprised if the Bobcats can even it up. They are returning Parker Navarro, one of the conference's most dynamic players, and they've got Sire Bangaway, a top rusher, coming back in the fold for Ohio. So OU and Rutgers in a battle, a MAC versus Big Ten battle. Another MAC game, Bowling Green against Lafayette. The BGSU Falcons leading 20-7 with 2:45 left to go in the 3rd quarter at Bowling Green. So the Falcons ahead on Lafayette. Couple other MAC scores. Wyoming leading 3-0 at Akron at Infocision Stadium. on the eastern side of Ohio. The Akron Zips trailing by a field goal to the Wyoming Cowboys. But we'll see if Wyoming can keep that lead and continue the pressure against the Akron Zips on the road. Got another Big Ten versus MAC game. Buffalo at Minnesota. Minnesota currently leading 7-0 over the Buffalo Bulls. That'll be a home opener for the Minnesota Golden Gophers. But only a touchdown lead for the Golden Gophers, and we'll see if Buffalo can even that up later into tonight's game. Those were all the MAC games going on tonight. Probably one of the biggest games besides that Boise State USF game. It's Nebraska at Cincinnati. That'll be at Arrowhead Stadium. It'll be an 8 o'clock start. We'll see what Scott Satterfield's Cincinnati Bearcats can do against Dylan Raiola's Nebraska Cornhuskers, who are playing at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. So should be a big and really fun Big 12 versus Big 10 matchup at 8 o'clock when this game is set to get going in about 20 minutes, just under it, here at Camp Randall Stadium. Got a little bit more time. Let's take a look at the top 25 games going on all this week. We've got the number 12 ranked Illinois Fighting Illini facing off against Western Illinois tomorrow at 6:30 in Champaign, Illinois. On Saturday, Texas at Ohio State. The number 1 ranked Texas Longhorns will be taking on the number 3 ranked Ohio State Buckeyes in OSU's season opener. Should be an exciting one, 12 o'clock Eastern on Fox. Syracuse at Tennessee in Atlanta. The Tennessee Volunteers trying to start off the season 1-0 against the Syracuse Orange. At 2:30 Eastern, Old Dominion at Indiana in Memorial Stadium. The Indiana Hoosiers start off their season opener against the Old Dominion Lions. Nevada at the number 2 ranked Penn State Nittany Lions. We'll see what Drew Aller can do against the Nevada Wolfpack at Beaver Stadium. Right after that, Marshall at Georgia, the number 5 ranked Georgia Bulldogs, trying to start off the season 1-0 at Sanford Stadium. Another big game, Alabama at Florida State, the number 8 ranked Alabama Crimson Tide going into Tallahassee to take on the Florida State Seminoles. Should be a fun one, a SEC versus ACC matchup. Iowa State has South Dakota State. That'll be in Ames, the number 22 ranked Iowa State Cyclones trying to go to 2-0 on the season. Oregon faces off against Montana State at Autzen Stadium in Eugene, Oregon. That'll be at 4 o'clock Eastern time on Saturday. Illinois State at Oklahoma. The number 18 ranked Oklahoma Sooners will begin their season at Norman for a big one at Memorial Stadium. Florida opens up the season against LIU, the Sharks. Sharks against the Gators in Gainesville. That'll be a 7 o'clock start on Saturday. The Wisconsin band has just opened up on the field as more and more Wisconsin fans are entering tonight's stadium. Should be a really fun atmosphere here, the RedHawks and the Badgers. More on the schedule, Kansas State versus North Dakota. The Kansas State Wildcats in the Big 12 trying to get to 500 after falling to Iowa State last week in week 0. UTSA at Texas A&M. Number 19 ranked Texas A&M Aggies will try and pick up a W against UTSA. Big game, LSU at Clemson. That'll be at 6:30. The number 9 ranked LSU Tigers against the number 4 ranked Clemson Tigers. Tigers against Tigers in South Carolina. Couple more top 25 games. New Mexico at Michigan. That'll be in Ann Arbor. Texas Tech hosting Arkansas Pine Bluff. We've got Georgia State at Ole Miss, along with SMU hosting East Texas A&M. And finally, on the Saturday slate, Arizona State hosting Northern Arizona. That is a busy Saturday slate. And finally on the Sunday slate, it's Virginia Tech at South Carolina at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. The number 13 ranked South Carolina Gamecocks trying to start off the season 1-0. And finally, Notre Dame, the number 6 ranked Fighting Irish, taking on the number 10 ranked Miami Hurricanes at Hard Rock Stadium on Sunday to close out the week. Well, that was a busy top 25 slate. Take a look at more of the MAC games going on during the rest of the weekend. Western Michigan at Michigan State in East Lansing. Should be an interesting one at 7 o'clock Eastern. Central Michigan versus San Jose State in San Jose, the Golden State. Chippewas against the Spartans. On Saturday, Ball State at Purdue, an in-state rivalry in West Lafayette. That'll be a 12 o'clock start on Big Ten Network. Merrimack at Kent State. We'll see if Kent State can start off the season with a victory. At 12:45 Eastern, Toledo against Kentucky at Kroger Field in Lexington, Kentucky. Should be an interesting one, a MAC versus SEC battle. That's where Miami opened up the season a few seasons ago against the Kentucky Wildcats, and they will look to pick up a big road victory. Temple takes on new MAC member UMass at 2:30 at Warren McGurk Alumni Stadium in Massachusetts. 2 more MAC games, Holy Cross at NIU. That'll be at Husky Stadium in DeKalb, Illinois at 2:30. And finally, Eastern Michigan taking on Texas State in San Marcos, Texas on the road. That was the scoreboard segment. A lot of games, a busy slate on the national scoreboard, and we will all be tuning in for a very busy week of college football. Well, for the final part of this pregame show, it's the keys to the game. Got a couple of keys to the game for the RedHawks and how they can pull off a victory against the Wisconsin Badgers. So let's jump right into it. First of all, for Miami, the RedHawks need to stay wary of this Wisconsin pass rush. Wisconsin's returning 5 defensive starters and bringing in 7 new defenders. So they've got some continuity coming in, especially defensively, and they're bringing in 7 new guys. Their back will be against the wall in a hostile environment. The crowd settling in here at Madison, Wisconsin. So this should be a hostile environment. Their backs are going to be up against the wall. This is going to be a dangerous environment. Tough place to open up the season, but the RedHawks got to be wary of this pass rush, and especially if you've got a mobile quarterback like DeQuan Finn who likes to run, who likes to extend plays. The RedHawks should be in good company, but they've got a brand-new offensive line. All 5 offensive linemen are brand new, so no returning offensive starters. This will be a challenge, certainly. Might take a little time for Miami to adjust offensively, but you've got a veteran quarterback in DeQuan Finn in his 7th year, a guy that Chuck Martin has a lot of faith in, a guy that Miami has already faced off against a couple of times when he was at Toledo. So you've got a veteran quarterback, pretty good spot to be in a very dangerous environment. Miami's returning no starters from last year's offense. Already talked about that they need to find consistency, and they certainly can with DeQuan Finn at the helm. Defensively, Miami's returning only 4 starters on defense, so this is a group that's got to find some big players to step up, especially on their leadership roles. They need big plays from Silas Walters, Corbin Hondrew, and Eli Blakey to lead this brand new unit. It'll be a unit that probably has some growing pains throughout the season, but if they can figure out some things early, some mistakes early, if they can recover from that, they should be in good company, especially with Walters, Hondrew, Blakey, and Washington all being strong veterans who have played a lot of MAC games, who have played a lot of tough road games throughout their Miami careers. Keeping things on the defense, the RedHawks, they need to force pressure on Billy Edwards. Billy Edwards is the new quarterback for this Wisconsin Badgers group from Maryland. He was a player who threw 9 interceptions last year, so his touchdown to interception ratio was 13-9, so he only had 4 more touchdowns from interceptions. So the fact that he had trouble at Maryland means a good sign for Miami, because if they can force some similar pressure to what Edwards faced in the Big Ten, if they can get in his face early, if they can cause some miscommunication, especially here at Camp Randall, it should be a good sign. You can force some turnovers early. The RedHawks should be in a good spot, especially with a good amount of, or a couple defensive returners coming in. And we will take a break for the national anthem. More on the pregame show in a moment. We'll be back here from Camp Randall when we return. Welcome back to the Red Hawk Radio pregame show. My name is Andrew Relvas. Couple more things before we jump into action here at Camp Randall. The Wisconsin Badgers about to enter the field along with the Red Hawks in what should be a very entertaining MAC versus Big Ten contest. More on the keys to the game. Well, the Red Hawks, they need to continue forcing pressure on Billy Edwards, turnover prone at Maryland, and we'll see if the Red Hawks can kind of shake him in his Camp Randall debut. Two more keys to the game for Miami. They have a top 10 special teams unit once again under Chuck Martin. That was his specialty all year when he was an assistant at Notre Dame, and we'll see if he can utilize it with a new punter in Staten. It could create chances for the offense and could cause problems for Wisconsin. A lot is to be determined, and we'll see if they can create chaos here at Camp Randall. Finally, expect the unexpected. A MAC team has beaten a Big Ten team in 16 of the past 18 seasons, 2006 to 2023. You know who was the last MAC team to beat a Big Ten team? It was Miami. They beat Northwestern in 2022, winning 17-14 at Ryan Field in Evanston. So if Miami can do all of the things like I previously mentioned, if they can force some pressure, if they can get the offense under control, and if they can force some turnovers, they could be that next MAC team to pull off a big upset against the Big Ten team. So we shall see. Both sides set to enter the field and open up their 2025 seasons in just a moment. My name is Andrew Rose. Thanks again for joining us for the Red Hawk Radio pregame show. I'll be here for the halftime show, and that happens in about an hour and a half or so, and I will see you then. With that being said, I'll turn it over to Luke and Bryan for the 2025 debut of the Miami RedHawks football season. We'll take a break and be back in a moment. When we return, it's Miami RedHawks football time here on the road in Madison, Wisconsin. RedHawks versus the Badgers set to begin in just under 10 minutes. Thanks so much, and we will return in a moment here from Camp Randall Stadium.
For just the second time ever, and the first time in 10 years, the Miami RedHawks have hit the road and made the journey north to Madison, Wisconsin. And as they try to make a third straight trip to a MAC championship game for the first time in program history, the RedHawks 2025 campaign begins tonight at Camp Randall Stadium under the lights in Madison, Wisconsin, against the Wisconsin Badgers. So glad to be with you for this one alongside Bryan Miller, Poley with you. Bryan, just the second time since pre-COVID that the RedHawks have had a Game 1 starter that is not Brett Gabbert. This is the first time that Brett Gabbert will not be a primary starter for the bulk of the season since 2018. A lot of newcomers to highlight, but certainly going to be a very exciting season, and we can't wait to begin it.
Yeah, it sure is, Luke. It's a new era for Miami football. Gone is Brett Gabbert. Gone is Matt Salopik. It's DeQuan Finn, the former MAC MVP, now leading the Red Hawk offense. And it's an offense that returns just 0 starters. It's a completely new offense. It'll be exciting to see them as they get the ball first.
Wisconsin won the toss. They deferred their option to the second half. They wear the traditional red tops, white bottoms with white helmets and a red W on the side. The RedHawks in the icy whites, helmets, tops, and bottoms with red accents and the red numbers on the front and back. Speaking of new faces, it's the Washington transfer Keith Reynolds back deep to receive the kick. The California native awaits the boot from Nathaniel Vakos. It meets his right foot, an end-over-end kick, and it lands on the eye in Wisconsin, and we are underway as that falls in the end zone for a touchback. Again, settle back and enjoy. Poley, Bryan Miller with you tonight from Camp Randall Stadium. Temperature in the mid-60s. It is about 2/3 full, I would say, at kickoff, with some empty sections that will surely fill up as the night goes along. Now the attention shifts to a new look RedHawk offense, a new QB1, the RB1, a guy that we thought we would see last year, but Kenny Tracy tore his ACL on the first day of camp. He's back in the lineup, and the RedHawks take over on their own 25-yard line. Ball on the left hash, and Miami immediately goes empty set, 2 wide either side. They'll bring a man in motion from left to right. It's a fake run, and Finn goes straight ahead down the left hash, worming ahead to the 29-yard line. And he is brought down after a short pickup of 4 yards. DeQuan Finn is a true dual threat. The transfer from Baylor, formerly of Toledo, makes it 2nd and 6 for the RedHawks. Former 563-yard rusher in his final season with the Rockets. 2nd, and they'll call it 5 from the 30-yard line. Shotgun with a man to his left. Finn claps once. He's got 2 left and 1 right. Tight end stacked on the right side of the line. Fakes the handoff, throws over the middle. It is dropped on the left hash as Finn hit his man right in the arms. He was aiming for Cam Perry, the lone returner of really that big core for the RedHawks in terms of receiving, along with Cole Weaver, who got a couple touches late last season. That would have been a first down. It hit him right in the chest, but falls to the turf. And now it's 3rd and 5.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be a first down, maybe just slightly behind him, but still probably should have been caught.
RedHawks finished 10th in 3rd down conversion percentage in the MAC. It was a big problem for their offense last year. Shotgun formation for Finn. He steps up to the line to bark orders at his team. 3 on the play clock. Man to his left. Finn takes the snap. It's a run up the middle, and diving towards the pylon goes the ball carrier. Looks like that is Josh Ringer for Miami, and he comes up just short by about a half yard. And if we know Chuck Martin as well as we think we do, he's probably going to bring the punt team on, and he will on 4th and inches. We cross the 1-minute mark, and Miami's opening drive is a 3 and out.
Yeah, we saw the offense out there for a little longer than we anticipated. It would have been very gutsy for Coach Martin to go for it there, but the punt unit is coming out.
Pierce Stainton, the transfer from South Florida, is in to punt for the RedHawks. Gets the snap and sends a high side spiraling kick that lands at the 30-yard line of Wisconsin and takes a big Miami bounce. It rolls into the red zone and now takes another good hop inside the 15-yard line, where the RedHawks touch it up, ends up setting up between the hashes right at the 15. And we've gotten very used to, speaking of Chuck Martin football team, strong special teams. And that's a nice first punt in a RedHawk uniform for Pierce Stainton. So the ball spotted at the 15-yard line, and now we see the Wisconsin offense come out for the first time. Wisconsin with a new look. Jeff Grimes, first-year offensive coordinator under a head coach the RedHawks know very well, former University of Cincinnati headman Luke Fickell, now in his third year in Madison.
A tremendous rushing offense Grimes is known for. Should be more of a traditional Wisconsin offense, which we're used to seeing.
Handoff goes to Dylan Jones. He meets contact in the backfield and drives forward down the left side to the original line of scrimmage. Bottled up for officially no gain. Adam Trick in on the stop for Miami. And it's 2nd and 10 coming up for the Badgers. We approach the 2-minute mark and no score.
Good stop there for Miami on the first play for scrimmage for Wisconsin. Second and long situations will be key for the Miami defense.
Billy Edwards Jr., the Maryland transfer, backs up into shotgun and takes the snap. Looking right, throwing right. He's got a man. Catch is made outside the numbers by Vinny Anthony. He's dragged out of bounds at the 26-yard line. Vinny Anthony, a member of the Paul Hornung Award preseason watch list, who had almost 700 yards through the air last year, picks up 11 there to the 26. And Wisconsin continues to move it left to right. First down, Badgers with the ball on the right hash.
Yeah, good play call there from Grimes, getting Anthony in open space, able to get the first down.
Single back with Edwards under center. He's got Dylan Jones behind him. Redshirt freshman who played in 3 games last year. They'll run it to him. He fakes left and now counters back up the middle and gets spun down after a short pickup at around the 30-yard line for Miami. Eli Blakey, one of the senior leaders for this defense, in on the stop after a gain of 4. 2nd and 6 coming up.
A better result there for Wisconsin on first down. They'll certainly take those 4-yard runs.
This is, like Bryan said, a Wisconsin offense that's hoping to get more back to that traditional smash mouth Wisconsin football after a lot more through the air over the last couple of years. On 2nd and 6. Play fake for Edwards. It's batted down right in front of him. He got stood up by Adam Trick. He had his first interception of his career in the bowl game for Miami to close out last season and got right in the Wisconsin quarterback's face. The ball falls incomplete for Trick. That would have been tough to hold on if he could have. That would have been a pick 6, but you'll take the breakup to make it 3rd down and 6 for Wisconsin.
A couple good plays by Adam Trick so far, the winner of the Team Strength Award last season, showing that strength off again on that play.
Former Wayne High School star. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right for Edwards. He runs it up the gut. Jones spins, gets across the line of scrimmage, but gets driven back. Whole gang of RedHawks in on the stop. Eli Blakey helping to lead the charge. That's well short for the run by Jones. He does get a few yards, but 4th and 2 coming up, and Luke Fickell now brings out his punt team.
Good play there by the RedHawk defense after giving up the first down, able to hold strong and get him the 4th down.
Lionel Billups Williams back deep to receive the punt. 3rd-year Aussie Atticus Bertrams to kick it away for Wisconsin. RedHawks don't bring a ton of rush, and the side rugby-style punt heads to the sideline. This is a shank, and it flies into the RedHawk bench. It lands at the 35-yard line, but this will be even better field position for Miami as the ball went out of bounds before that. Far side official keeps on walking it up, still going, and he stops at the 47-yard line. So, 3 and out you don't love to see for the RedHawks, but this is what they do. They punt the ball, get a stop, get it back in a better place, and now 3 yards shy of midfield. They will start their 2nd offensive possession of the 2025 season when we come back. Again, RedHawk ball with no score. 11:06 to go in the first quarter from Camp Randall Stadium, and we're back after the break. You're listening to Miami Football on RedHawk Radio. 11:06 remaining, opening quarter. First game of the season for the Miami RedHawks. Glad you're with us on this Thursday night, wherever you may be tuning in from. A first down picked up by the Badgers on their first drive. Same could not be said for the RedHawks, but they ended up getting the better of things. A good punt from Miami and a less desirable punt for Wisconsin has set the RedHawks up for their second drive on the 47-yard line on their own half of the field. Now we see an offense
start that Chuck Barn would really dream of,
Absolutely.
honestly.
He talks about playing the complementary football, punting and getting the ball back in a better place, and this is prime example. Offensive return, no starters for the RedHawks is out. 3 to the left, nobody to the short side right. Tight end stacked on the left side of the line. Finn takes the snap. Handoff takes a long time to get through. Now it's pulled out by Finn. He worms to the far side and brought down by the shoestrings after a short pickup. Tackle made on the play by Austin Brown, former All-State basketball star in Illinois, makes the tackle after a pickup of 2. Took a little while for Finn to pull that one on the option play, but at least get some positive yardage. Could have had a lot more had it not been for a nice stop.
Yeah, probably would have been a first down if not for that tackle from Brown.
2 receivers tight to the line right, 2 spread out left. Finn in the gun, standing on the right hash. Ball a yard shy of midfield. Finn claps his hands 3 times, now a 4th, takes the snap. Little lefty handles it, throws it out to the right flat. Catch is made by Kenny Tracy, and he's driven out of bounds into plus territory as he's shy of the sticks, but picks up a few yards out to the 46 for Wisconsin. Gain of 5, 3rd and 3 coming up for the RedHawks.
Tracy very capable of receiving out of the backfield. A couple seasons ago at 10 receptions for 126 yards. Gets his first of the season there.
Chuck Martin said we will use him in a lot of different ways. So nice to have the versatility of Kenny Tracy back after missing all of last year. Crowd getting loud. Shotgun formation for the RedHawks on 3rd and 3. Deion Colsey motions from left to right. Lines up in the slot. Finn takes the snap. Pressure coming off the edge. Finn gets bumped by his own lineman. Now he steps up and runs. Finn gets dragged down from behind. He falls forward right to the line of scrimmage. That goes for no gain officially, and is short as the stop is made on the play by Ben Barton, defensive lineman for Wisconsin. That goes down as a sack on the play for no gain, and again, the RedHawks trot out the punt unit.
It could have been much worse. A sack. Saw the skill set there of DeQuan Finn, able to escape out of a couple of tackles and make it a modest loss, but Martin going to punt here, play field position.
So Pierce Staten on once again. He lifts a high end-over-end punt that flies inside the 10, and 2 RedHawks collide right at the goal line and keep it in play.
Wow.
And the RedHawks touch it up at the 6 of Wisconsin. Well, Badger returner Tyrell Henry said, no thanks. And that was the right decision. That ball set up right on the 1, and had it not been for an acrobatic play, looked like Adam Trick was down there, along with potentially another RedHawk who I can't see. I think actually that was Silas Walters, who's been a special teams machine in his Miami career. And it does appear on replay that they kept it out of the end zone and flung the ball backward for their teammates to touch it up at the 5. So more poor field position on the Badgers side. See if they can do anything with it as we've reached another timeout on the field. 8:55 to go, opening quarter, and we are still scoreless from Madison, Wisconsin. We're back after this. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. 8:55 remaining, first quarter, scoreless from Camp Randall Stadium. Capacity just shy of 80,000 here in Madison, Wisconsin. Badgers take over on their own 5-yard line after a good punt by Pierce Staten, the South Florida transfer, who didn't get a ton of time with the Bulls last season. South Florida, by the way, beaten up on Boise State playing down south on Thursday night. Wisconsin back out, and Edwards with 2 backs to each side takes the snap. It's a play fake. He throws to the far side. Pass complete to Jordan Ballard, and he drives 2 RedHawks on his back across the line to gain before he's forced out of bounds at the 17-yard line. Ohio State transfer Jaden Ballard making things happen. That's a gain of 13. Check it rather 12, and moves the chains for the Badgers.
Good play there by Ballard. Drove his shoulder right into the Red Hawk defenders, able to pick up a first down.
Ohio native, played at Massillon, Washington, Powerhouse High School, the eastern part of the state. Edwards under center, takes the snap, back to throw, looking downfield, nothing there. Now he checks it down to the flat, and Jones lowers his shoulder, gets past the first tackler, and stumbles past the 20-yard line. Met initial resistance, but drove through it for a gain of 5 there after contact. And that sets up a 2nd and 5 from the left hash, with Wisconsin moving it left to right.
Yeah, it certainly looked like that could have been a loss or a small gain at the very least, but missed tackle there by Miami. Can't be having those.
Tight formation, single back. Edwards brings a man in motion from right to left. Now they head back out right. It's a handoff and a counter again. Jones lowers the shoulder and physically runs out past the 25 to the 26, where the pile gobbles him up. He is a yard shy, it appears, of the line to gain, and it sets up a 3rd down for Wisconsin.
This feels like a play that Wisconsin has struggled with in recent seasons, kind of going away from the identity that they're well known for. 3rd and a yard to pick up. We'll see if they can get it here.
They were 16th out of 18 Big Ten teams in 3rd down conversion percentage last year. Edwards under center, offset I. He hands it off underneath to the first man, and the second effort crosses the line after it would have been close. Goes out to the 34-yard line. Or the 29-yard line, I should say, is it's a pickup of a few yards for the Badgers to get them the first down. That's Jackson Acker that trucked forward for a couple of yards.
Acker, kind of a running back and fullback for the Badgers. Just 29 yards last season, but able to get the tough yardage there.
Pistol formation turns into a shotgun on huddle break for Wisconsin. 1st and 10. Ball on the 29, on half of the field. Edwards takes the snap, designed roll to the right, facing pressure. Edwards flings it out of bounds, near side. He was getting pressured from the back by Adam Trick. And then some secondary help came from the other side for Corbin Hondrew, and that was the pressure that Edwards saw and made the executive decision to throw it away. Clock stops at 6:25 to go in the first. We're scoreless. 2nd and 10 coming up for Wisconsin from their own 29.
Yeah, it looks like Edwards trying to get the ball to Tresh Kekahuna, but the Red Hawk defense all over it, able to force the throw away.
One receiver either side. Edwards under center. Jones is the back. Red Hawks have 4 up front. It's a play fake and a throw down the near seam. Catch is made by Chris Brooks Jr. He's pulled down by his shoestrings at the 45-yard line. After a big pickup, we'll give him the 46. Brooks Jr. had just 1 catch last season. Has the grab there for the first down. And it's 1st and 10 Wisconsin as we move under 6 minutes to play in the first.
And play action there from the Badgers. That's one of the key things of this Jeff Grimes offense.
Edwards changes the formation at the line of scrimmage. Single back, 2 wide to the right, 1 left. Brings a man in motion from right to left and hands it to him. That is Kekahuna, who gets around the edge to the far side numbers and dives across midfield all the way to the 47-yard line. Pickup of 7 yards before he was finally brought down by Job.
I certainly want to get the ball in the hands of Tresh Kekahuna in open space from Honolulu, Hawaii. Was the back-to-back Hawaii State champ in the 4x100 relay. Certainly a speedy option for the Badgers.
Played another good high school program at Bishop Gorman in Vegas. 2nd and 3. Edwards hands it off. Counter up the middle. Goes to Jones. He's got the first down. and he's clocked down after a nice-sized gain of about 8 yards. Malcolm McCain made the stop for the RedHawks, but the Badgers are the first offense to really get something going. They're on the move down to the RedHawk 39-yard line with under 5 minutes to play in the first, and still no score.
Starting to get something going here on this drive, something that Badger fans have been hoping to see. Red Hawk defense is going to have to hold strong here.
Everybody takes a 360 turn as the Badgers change their formation. It's again single back. They bring a man in motion from right to left, fake the handoff to him, instead go up the middle where Jones makes a couple men miss and gets across the 35. He's swallowed up at the 32-yard line by Eli Blakey, among others, for the RedHawks after a 7-yard gain. Dylan Jones, the Maryland native, picks up another chunk play, and second and short comes up for the Badgers, moving from left to right with the ball in the left hash. Pistol formation with a man to his left for Edwards. Now he motions the man behind him out wide. Edwards looks that way, waits for the receiver to set, takes the snap. Looking over the middle, Edwards pumps once, twice, throws far side. Pass flies incomplete. Flag comes in late, away from the play on the near side of the field. Eli Blakey was back in coverage. That throw was way towards the far sideline, and we'll get our penalty. It's an ineligible downfield. Having some microphone troubles, it appears. It's very quiet with our on-field officiating crew, but it's an ineligible man downfield against Wisconsin, and rather than give the Badgers the third and short, Chuck Martin elects to back the Badgers up, so they move back to the 37-yard line on Miami's half of the field. 3:46 to go first quarter. No score yet. 2nd and 8 coming up for Wisconsin.
First penalty of tonight's game. Redhawks looking to stall the Badger drive here.
Wisconsin, the third least penalized team in the Big Ten last year. Edwards under center. Runs it down the left seam, and a little bit of room to run for Jones. Or check that, rather, that's Darion Dupre, the number 2 running back that got the carry down the left seam. And he's inside the 35 to the 33-yard line after a gain of 4. Another third and short coming up. Fringe field goal range would be a 50-yarder from here for the Badgers with a little bit of backwind. But they're eyeing getting this on third down. Shotgun formation with men on either side of Edwards. Motions a man from left to right. Hands it there, and room to run down the right side. It is a first down for the Badgers, and I think that's Tyrell Henry that got the carry for Wisconsin. And it is indeed, as he gets spun down after a gain of 4. And the ball at the 29-yard line. Now at the right hash, 1st and 10 coming up for Wisconsin.
Yeah, I've seen the Badgers try to get some of their athletes onto the perimeter on a few plays. Latest example coming there. They're able to get the first down.
Edwards again with single back, 1 receiver wide either side. RedHawks have a lot of men in the box, just 3 men deep. Edwards fakes the pitch out and now hands it up the middle. This is Cade Giacomelli banging forward across the 25. He is walled off at the 24.5-yard line by Corbin Hondrew, 5th-year senior from the Pittsburgh area for the RedHawks. Gain of 5 as we roll towards 2 minutes to go in the first. Wisconsin in field goal range trying to open the scoring, but they're eyeing 7. 2nd and 5, nobody to the short side of the field right, 2 wide left. Edwards brings his hands up to his ears, giving a signal. Now Giacomelli motions from his right to his left. Edwards takes the snap and hit as he throws over the middle. A quick pass is broken up. Eli Blakey in on coverage. That was zipped down the middle to Lance Mason, the number 2 tight end and transfer from Missouri State. The Wisconsin faithful thought that Blakey got there a little bit early, but that pass rush got home pretty much right away and certainly affected that throw for Billy Edwards. 3rd down and 5 coming up for the Badgers with the clock stopped at 1:49.
It's really the first time all night, Luke, that the Red Hawk defensive line is able to get some pressure on Edwards. See if they could do it again here.
Edwards with Giacomelli to his right. Appeared as if he would snap it. Now he stops and looks to his sideline. Play clock winding. It's at 5. They move a man into the right slot. Edwards takes the snap. Has time. Throws down the near side looking for the end zone, and it's incomplete. And no flag as the Wisconsin faithful are irate, and their coaching staff are as well along the near sideline. Joseph Griffin was the intended target there and kind of got locked up in a hand-fighting battle and forced really out of real estate along the near side. That forces Wisconsin to settle for a field goal. So here's the former Ohio Bobcat, Daniel Vakos on to kick. From the middle of the field, it's a 43-yard attempt for him. Snap good, hold down, the kick is up, and it is right through for the former Bobcat, who's on the Groza watch list this year. And with 1:39 to go in the first quarter, we've got our first points. Wisconsin's drive goes 15 plays for 69 yards over 7 minutes and 16 seconds and ends on the field goal. Officially 42 yards to make it 3-0. So after Miami was not able to convert on a short field, the RedHawks get the ball back, likely in regular field position again for their third drive of the game. That when we come back. Again, 3-0 Wisconsin over Miami in week 1 action with 1:39 to go in quarter number 1. And you're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Minute 39 to go, first quarter. It's Wisconsin 3 and Miami 0. Alongside Bryan Miller, Liquest Poley with you. Andrew Relvas along for the ride as well. Week 1 action here on a Thursday night from Madison, Wisconsin. Talk to you next for Miami football in a couple weeks when the RedHawks take on UNLV at home. That game coming for the RedHawks following a bye week, so a few weeks from now on November 20th, RedHawks head to Rutgers next week, a Rutgers team that got all they could handle from fellow MAC finalist from last season, Ohio. That game came right down to the wire earlier this evening. Rutgers pulled it out, perhaps fortunately for the RedHawks. Wisconsin kicks it from left to right. Fair catch called for and made by Keith Reynolds at his own 3-yard line. That's a touchback for the RedHawks, and they start at the 25-yard line of their own.
At the very least here for the RedHawks, want to get a first down or two. It's really been a lot on your defense so far. Wisconsin dominating time of possession so far tonight, 9 minutes and 41 seconds. Yeah, at least want to get a couple of first downs here, give your defense a breather.
Quan Finn has not gone to the air much. He's just 1 for 2 for 5 yards in his Red Hawk debut. Former MAC Player of the Year from a couple years ago. Prolific career at Toledo. Didn't see the field much, in part due to injury at Baylor last year. Out of the shotgun on first down, he hands it straight up the middle where Kenny Tracy gets a yard, and he gets wrapped up immediately afterwards. Tackle made on the play by Tackett Curtis, the previous USC transfer, who played 8 games for the Badgers last year. Former high school All-American, Louisiana High School Player of the Year. Gain of 1, 2nd and 9 coming up for the RedHawks. Ball on the right hash. Miami goes from right to left in the white uniforms. 2 receivers either side for Finn. Operates out of the gun, goes down to a knee to bark orders at his line. The back is Josh Ringer. Finn takes the snap, has time, throws far side, passes complete to the far side of the field, past the sticks for a first down to Cole Weaver. He gets cracked out of bounds at the 36-yard line after a pickup of an even 10. But again, one of just the 2 RedHawks that really ever caught passes last year after Miami graduated their top 4 receivers, or lost them, I should say.
Yeah, and he didn't have many. He only had 2 receptions last year, so he might as well be a new player. But a big target for DeQuan Finn, able to get him there for the first down.
Only had 1 start. That came in the bowl game after the portal exodus. On first down, Finn takes the snap, fakes the pass left, and now runs right, gets around the edge. Finn high steps out of a tackle across the 40 and scampers out of bounds at the 44-yard line. That's a gain of 8 for DeQuan Finn, and really the first true showcase of what he can do with his legs. 2nd and 2 coming up from the right hash as time winds on this first quarter. 10 seconds to go in it. Miami, it appears, not going to run another play.
Certainly the element that DeQuan Finn can bring to an offense. It's a little different than we've seen from Brett Gabbert last year.
Definitely not the pocket passer type, but certainly capable. Again, a former player of the year in the MAC. That'll absolutely play for the RedHawks at the quarterback position this year. We reach the end of the first quarter, and Miami's offense starting to get things going for the first time in 2025. As we head to quarter number 2, our score from Camp Randall Stadium in Madison, the Wisconsin Badgers 3 and the Miami RedHawks 0. We'll be back after the break. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. We enter the second quarter. Teams flip sides, and we've got a 3-0 game led by the Wisconsin Badgers on this Thursday night from a beautiful Big Ten campus. Awesome stadium they've got here at Camp Randall. Capacity roughly 77,000, and just the second time the RedHawks have been here. Last time they got beat 58-0 in the early days of the Chuck Martin era. Hoping to flip the script here tonight. 2nd and 2 for the RedHawks. Ball on their own 44-yard line. DeQuan Finn's operating out of the gun. He hands it off up the middle. Nope, he kept it. He fooled us as Finn spins to the near side and gets across the line to gain. It's a first down for DeQuan Finn with his legs. He fooled me as he faked the run up the gut and spun off the tackle to get a few more yards. Deone Hill, the Miami, Florida transfer, in on the stop for Wisconsin, but the extra yard after contact gets Finn the first down.
Yeah, Hill not completely fooled by DeQuan Finn, his feet there, but still able to do a good job and get the first down.
2 receivers either side for Finn. Working out of the gun. Gets the ball in the 4th clap. Hands it off left. Kenny Tracy tries to push behind his line. Not a ton there. They fall forward. The pile envelops him after a 1-yard pickup. And Kenny Tracy, who Chuck Martin said is pretty much the most accomplished player on this team in midweek. Now, you could probably lump DeQuan Finn in with that as well, albeit it was not with this program.
Yeah, Tracy, the only player on this Red Hawk offense with double-digit starts, and keep in mind, missed all of last season after a torn ACL.
He's been here a while, senior out of Indianapolis. 3 receivers bunched to the left, nobody out right. Finn hands it off up the gut, and again, maybe a yard or two available for Jordan Brunson, the ball carrier there, the former Virginia Tech Hokie who played in a rotational role as running back last season.
Redhawks having a little bit of trouble running the rock with their running backs. The main rushing attack so far has been from Daquan Finn in a 3rd and 6 situation. We'll see what they do here.
He got just 1 on that play. 3rd down and 6 coming up for the Redhawks. 2 minutes gone by, second quarter. They're down 3. Ball's right at midfield on the left hash. Finn takes the snap, looking to throw. Pressure up the middle. Finn escapes to the far side. Flag comes in late as Finn runs down the far sideline and angles out of bounds right at the sticks. They actually mark him a yard short. This may come back anyway, though, as the flag is in the offensive backfield.
Yeah, certainly looks like a spot that would be an offensive holding. And it is.
So a holding on the offense, and see what Luke Fickle does here. He takes the penalty and backs Miami up. So again, Finn did not get the first down there, but he was close enough, especially in plus territory, to maybe just push the pile on a QB sneak. However, that's not a guaranteed for this Miami team that's had to replace all of their starters from the offensive line. Fickle, though, is going to back the Redhawks up now for a 3rd down and 17 instead, much deeper now at their own 40-yard line. 2 receivers either side for Finn. He's got Josh Ringer to his right in the backfield. Finn with an armband on his right arm, handles a low snap. Time to throw now, pressure up the middle, and he throws it at the feet of his receiver. He's looking for Billups Williams, but kind of just a throwaway play for Finn, who had a man right in his face. That was well covered and was well short of the sticks anyways, and again, Miami forced to bring on the punt team. 12:33 to go, second quarter. It's 3-0 Wisconsin. Pierce Dayton in his Red Hawk debut has done well so far, but tasked to punt again with Tyrell Henry back deep. Snap to Staten, pressure off the edge. Another high end-over-end kick. Fair catch called for and made right at the 20-yard line by Tyrell Henry. And the Badgers set up 1st and 10 right from the edge of the 20-yard line when we come back. It's rare, unless maybe you're the voice of the Iowa Hawkeyes, that you talk about punting this much, but hey,
that's what
punting's been very solid. Miami team, you could say, pretty similarly constructed. 12:26 remains in the second quarter with our score Wisconsin 3 and Miami 0. Keep you here for this break and say welcome back, everyone. Excited to be back. We haven't chatted with you since the spring in the final home series of the year for Miami RedHawks baseball team, who went on to win the MAC title. This Red Hawk football team hoping they can do the same this year after making back-to-back title games. As underdogs against Toledo, they won it 2 years ago, and as you could argue, heavy favorites after blowing out Ohio in the regular season last year. They were beaten in pretty sound fashion in Detroit last season, and have to think that rather stuck in the minds of those who have stayed. Again, it is a very, very different look Miami team. Chuck Martin said earlier in the week that if you like coaching, this might be the best time to coach college football, because you really have to micromanage everything. You're almost starting from scratch every year, it feels like, and things don't carry over as much from year to year as you would expect in the past. Luke Fickle had pretty similar sentiment in his press conference earlier this week as well, as the Badgers, just like every other team in the entire nation, with the exception of maybe a few, namely the service academies and the Clemson Tigers, have dealt with heavy roster turnover over the past couple of seasons.
And usually you hear coaches kind of saying the opposite, how much they want the sport to change, how much they don't like the changes.
That's what you kind of thought was interesting, and Chuck Martin kind of said that, is, you know, he said you hear a lot of people in this business complaining about what's going on right now, but he said if you just like the art of coaching, if you like teaching these kids football, being out there on the practice field and figuring out all the small details. Again, there have never been more small details to coach, it seems like, than there are right now. And this Red Hawk team lacks some experience, but they've got some transfers from some pretty big name schools and have brought in some others with pretty accomplished backgrounds elsewhere, whether in a Red Hawk uniform like Kenny Tracy from previous years after missing last season, or in the case of QB1 Daquan Fick. Anyways, Wisconsin's offense back onto the field, ball on their own 20-yard line. They're up 3-0 with 12:26 to go in the second quarter. Edwards takes a high snap at eye level, looks far side, throws it there, catch made at the hat by Jaden Ballard. He toe taps and is wrestled out of bounds after a gain of about 12 yards. Ballard, a former top 5 recruit in the state of Ohio back in 2021, makes the grab for a gain of 11.
Yeah, it's really an opportunity for Ballard with the Badgers to really show his skills. I mean, you went out Ohio State behind some very talented receivers. Now in a starting role for Wisconsin, we could really see his skill set, and so far he's been pretty good.
Tackle made by first-year starter Caleb Martin, sophomore for the RedHawks. 1st and 10, Edwards, play action, looking down the near side. He's got another man, but it's off the fingertips, just short of midfield and incomplete. He was looking for Vinny Anthony, and maybe that throw just needed a little more on it, but in the open field, about 20 yards past the line of scrimmage, Anthony probably wishing he had that one back, as that ball glanced off his fingers and fell to the turf. An incompletion for Edwards. He's now 5 for 10 through the air for 55 yards. 2nd and 10 coming up with Wisconsin now moving right to left. Ball on the right hash, 2 receivers left, 1 out right. Edwards takes the snap, throws a screen to the near side. The catch is made, and getting out of an initial tackle, it's Kekahuna, and he runs it out near midfield before he is spun out of bounds by Caleb Martin. Silas Walters got out of the block there that was set right in front of the screener, but he could not make the tackle on Kekahuna as the play goes out to the 44-yard line of Wisconsin, and it's good for 13 yards and a Badger first down.
Walters was so close to getting that open field tackle. Looks like he was going to get, but Kekahuna able to stay on his feet and get the first down.
Edwards under center, fakes the handoff left, plenty of time to throw. Edwards setting his feet, sails it down the near sideline, and he overshot his man. Again looking for Anthony. Walters back in coverage. Might have been safety help for Miami as they had a second man there as well. That was Martin again. And Anthony had them by a couple steps, but again, just a wobbly throw, this time a little bit too much on it from Edwards, and it's 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, that was certainly the deep shot that Jeff Grimes was looking for. Some late pressure from the Miami defensive line forced a little bit of an errant throw from Edwards. RedHawks will certainly take it.
Edwards out of the pistol, hands it off down the left side, and Dupre spins off the left side of the line and gets a couple. Pulled down from behind by Malcolm McCain after a gain of 3. Badgers 3 yards shy of midfield. 3rd down and 7 coming up. 3-0 Wisconsin with 10:50 to go in the first half. Wisconsin 2 for 4 in the game on 3rd down. This is a team that's ran more plays last year than they had in over a decade on offense. But again, a new look with a new coordinator at the helm. Edwards takes the snap on 3rd down and 7, hands it off left side. There's a big hole for Yakimelli. He gets past the 45 and down to the 44-yard line of Miami. That's a first down with room to spare as he picks up 9 on 3rd down and 7, and the Badgers have it 1st and 10 in Red Hawk territory. Ball on the left hash of the 44-yard line.
Yeah, perfectly timed play there for the Badgers. A couple of pooling linemen opened up the left side of the field for Yakimelli. He's able to move the chains, and the Badgers keep going.
Wisconsin, who passed the ball on just over half of their offensive plays last year. Again, going to be more run-focused this season. Edwards takes the snap. This time he goes through the air, backing up. He's again hit as he throws, looking into the end zone, and he overshot his target. Incomplete. Badgers fans pleading for a flag. He was looking for Anthony again. Not sure there was really much there. That throw, again, was airmailed by Edwards, who caught some contact that may or may not have affected the throw. It was either right as he finished his release or right after he got rid of the football. 2nd and 10 coming up nonetheless for the Badgers from the Red Hawk 44-yard line.
It looked like it was Tony Coleman Jr. on Anthony, and the throw just a little bit long there from Edwards. Red Hawks will take it.
Edwards takes the shotgun snap and hands it up the left side. Crashing ahead for a few yards goes Tyrell Henry, but the receiver, who kind of got motioned into the backfield pre-snap, brought down after a short gain. We've got a Badger down, and that is not a good sign. Immediately with his helmet off.
It looks like it's
That's
Edwards.
Edwards.
Yeah.
He pulled his helmet off immediately, and he's gone down to the field. And goodness gracious, this is not what you want to see out of a Week 1 game for Wisconsin, as Edwards pulled his helmet off immediately. Again, he handed the ball off, but because he sold it so well, I think he may have caught some contact on the end of that handoff as he kind of faked the keeper and immediately was signaling to his lower body. He's helped to his feet pretty quickly and is walking off under his own power, but as soon as the whistle blew, he shed his helmet and was slamming the turf in pain. He's walking, again, under his own power and doesn't have any noticeable limp. But Edwards, who already has a large brace on his left knee, beeline straight to the medical tent with a bevy of trainers around him. So that sets the table for QB2 now for Wisconsin. This is a team that's no stranger to a revolving door of quarterbacks. The last handful of years they've had transfers in at the helm, and their top 3 guys in the depth chart all transferred into the program this year. Danny O'Neal is the backup quarterback, the San Diego State transfer, who threw for 2,100 yards for the Aztecs last year and was honorable mention All-Mountain West. He's into the game and works out of an empty set. 3 receivers right, nobody out left. O'Neal brings a man in motion now from the right slot to left. Takes the snap, looking to throw far side. Little bit high. Catch is made by Kekahuna, but he's shoved out of bounds short of the first down marker. And you're right on the fringe here. This is an interesting decision for Luke Fickell. He's got a very good kicker. This would be into a slight headwind and be about 53 yards. But with a new quarterback in the game, Luke Fickell's going to keep the offense on the field following that 5-yard catch. 4th down and 2 coming up for the Badgers. And Luke Fickell will go.
He isn't new, but certainly not the most inexperienced freshman or sophomore in the world. Started last year as a true freshman for San Diego State under Sean Lewis, someone that's not afraid to throw the football.
Started in the eye, now he backs up into the shotgun. Takes the snap and looks to throw. Pressure coming, he escapes and gets near the line and dives for the first down. Danny O'Neal pointing first down as the pocket collapsed, but he stepped up and found the lane just outside the right hash. Ends up on the G in the Big Ten logo after a slide. Pickup of just a few yards, but that's enough on 4th and 2 down to the 33-yard line of Miami. 1st and 10 for the Badgers. Clock continues to move, 8:20 to go in the first half, and Wisconsin leads it 3-0. O'Neal, you mentioned, played under Sean Lewis, who coached in the MAC for many years at Kent State. He's from Indianapolis, too, so pretty proximate to the RedHawks. Takes the snap and hands it off in a big hole up the middle for Dupre as he bashes past the 30-yard line and gets to the 26 of Miami, before he's brought down by a couple of interior linebackers for the RedHawks. It's a gain of 7 on the first down run for Dupre, the Chicago native, and 2nd and 3 results for the Badgers with the ball between the hashes.
Depending on how this drive ends, that 3rd and 7, 4th and 2 could be very, very critical plays in this game as Billy Edwards exits the medical tent.
He's heading up the right side and have to see what he does after this. For now, it's O'Neal under center. He fakes the run, and he is swarmed by RedHawks and driven down. Oh, everybody went through untouched for Miami. The play was finished off, it appears, by Adam Trick for the RedHawks, who's been a beast so far tonight defensively. That is a big loss, all the way back to the 38-yard line of Miami. And it's 3rd and 15 for Wisconsin.
It's a lot of new players on defense. Chuck Martin and all the Red Hawk fans looking to see who will step up. It has been Adam Trick so far. A big-time sack on 2nd down.
Pistol formation for O'Neal. Ball shaded towards the right side of the field. Twins to the right, nobody left. Now a man in motion. O'Neal takes the snap. He spun right, rolled left, but a flag is thrown and delay of game signaled against Wisconsin. And Luke Fickell highlighted, again, with the inexperience of his team, some inexperience on the Miami side as well, but said you play in front of 80,000 for the first time, you cannot have procedural penalties. And that is a difficult one to swallow because that makes a tough third down, an even tougher one. It's now 3rd and 20, and now you're surely backed up outside field goal range. You'd at least need to get 5 or 6 yards back with the ball back to the 43.
Wisconsin had the ball at the Miami 26. There's been some momentum shifts here.
O'Neal takes the snap, facing pressure, now running in the backyard, and he is bottled up after a short gain. Lean forward, the RedHawks were content to just give him a couple of yards. He ends up scampering and stumbling all the way to the 37-yard line. And this is an interesting spot now for Wisconsin. It's 4th and 14, but this is a long field goal into the more closed end of the stadium, but there is some headwind, and Luke Fickell's playing it safe. He brings out the punt unit instead. Daniel Vakos has hit from 53 before. He's tops in Badger history in most 50 or more yard field goals made. The Redhawks, though, have some issues on special teams with their personnel, and Chuck Martin's forced to burn a timeout.
They had 12 guys on the field. I have to call a timeout there and not give up a free 5 yards.
The free 5 yards were very important there. That could have meant 3 points for Wisconsin, so there was nothing Chuck Martin could do other than call the timeout. It's his first of the half. He's still got 2 left. There's 5:29 remaining in the second quarter with our score Wisconsin 3 and Miami nothing. Get alongside Bryan Miller, Lucas Poley with you. Andrew Relvas alongside as well. Have full coverage for you once again this school year of Miami RedHawk athletics. Women's basketball schedule came out a few days ago. Glenn Box's scheduling mighty, mighty tough this year. Men's schedule hopefully set to come out soon. New look for the hockey team.
It's a high bar set in the 2024 season for Miami Athletics.
Certainly.
I gotta say.
MAC finalists in men's basketball came right down to the wire. Women's basketball team made some very big strides and brought in a monstrous both recruiting and portal class that, at least on paper, is far and away tops in the MAC. So things looking up for them. Things really up in the air in the college hockey world right now with some rule changes surrounding the recruiting of Canadian junior players. RedHawks brought some in, much like many other teams in the entire country. But, I mean, if you could imagine for a football equivalent, essentially, I guess, take an entire region of the country for high school recruiting, if you will, and just say they weren't allowed to play before, and now they are. And that opens up an entire new world for coaches across the country. That should be very interesting to see how everything plays out on the ice. And, of course, we'll have baseball and some softball for you in the spring as both of those teams now go on MAC title defenses. They honor a veteran here inside Camp Randall Stadium. And a really cool stadium here on the campus of the University of Wisconsin. The real off-the-field highlight of this game, they had some light-up bracelets that added to the flair of the Wisconsin intros. They're going to do a bigger show with it with the band at halftime, but of course we're all waiting for the end of the third quarter for the jump around, and when apparently the stadium shakes, so we'll have to see.
We'll have to see indeed. And probably the biggest thing that stuck out to me, Luke, is the weather today. I never thought I'd be wearing a jacket in late August.
The nature of the state of Wisconsin, I guess, in the late summer. Punt team out for the Badgers. And Atticus Bertram, the Aussie, with a little bit of a pooch. Fair catch called for and not made. And now the Badgers have a chance of their own to knock it up at the 1-yard line. They'll bat it to the 2 and touch it up there.
I've seen that a couple times tonight, one from each side. Miami's going to have a bit of a challenge inside of their own 5.
So the pooch kick takes one hop. There were a wall of Badgers well executed on special teams, meeting it at the goal line. They kept it out of the end zone and touched it up at the 2, and now a long field to deal with for Daquan Finn and the Miami RedHawks. It's bad news considering the way they've moved the ball as a whole today, but maybe better news that at least their most promising drive was their latest one. See if they can turn one first down into a couple for Miami. Interested to see here. The referees have actually not spotted the ball. And I think they're debating right now. The sticks haven't moved down to the goal line either. If a Wisconsin player maybe had their foot on the goal line when they touched the ball. So
yeah, it looks like they're approaching the 25.
I think they are too. And Luke Fickell is a little bit angry with this officiating crew right now, it appears. And yeah, it looks like they've actually given the RedHawks a touchback. So that's a big break. And again, in theory, that was really well executed by Wisconsin, but by what must have been a matter of inches, somebody in that wall of about 4 Badgers that stood the ball up right at the goal line had their foot on the white chalk. And that is a big time field position break for the RedHawks, who now start the drive at the 20-yard line as opposed to the 2. 5:23 to go, second quarter. This game has moved with lightning speed so far. It's Wisconsin 3 and Miami nothing. The Badgers are set to get the ball back out of the break. It's a Wisconsin team that, again, really had to overhaul things after a rare season where they finished under 500 and missed a bowl last year. It was just the 4th time in the last 25 years that Wisconsin did not make a bowl game, finishing 5-7. Again, new offensive coordinator trying to get back to that traditional style when the Badgers were perennially favorites in the old Big Ten West and making a trip to Indy every year. Now the landscape looks a lot different, but trying to get back to that. This schedule's not going to be friendly to Wisconsin, though, this season. Non-con includes the likes of Alabama coming up in a few weeks. They also have to play a few playoff teams. They play Ohio State. They play Indiana. Throw Oregon on the road in there for good measure.
Yeah, Illinois, Washington, some popular dark horse teams in the Big Ten. Won't be easy for the Badgers this season.
Certainly not. RedHawk offense back out on the field. Ball on the left hash. Empty set for Finn. He's got 4 men wide. Now he changes the formation. Jordan Brunson was lined up in the far slot. He now stands to the left of his quarterback in the backfield. He gets the hand on first down and trucks up the middle through the pile for a decent-sized gain out to the 24. 4-yard pickup there, and that sets up a manageable 2nd and 6 for the RedHawks.
Yeah, good run there for Miami, setting up a 2nd and medium. Empty set for the RedHawks. See what they do here.
They try it again. It's the same formation they started with, but we saw the RedHawks move out of it last time. It was Tracy, rather, on the last rush, beg your pardon, and now he's lined up in the same spot, and again, he moves into the backfield. This time he's to Finn's right, so just 1 out wide left, 2 to the right. Finn takes the snap, handoff Tracy, little bit of room up the middle, pushing, still going. The line gives him some second help, and he gets across the 30-yard line out to the 32. Give him the 33, actually. That is another chunk pickup of 9 yards for Kenny Tracy, and it moves the chains for Miami. 4:20 and rolling to go, first half. RedHawks trail it by 3, fresh set of downs.
A couple good runs there for Miami, trying to get a little bit of momentum here before the end of the first half.
Again, empty for Miami for now. Quan Finn with the bright orange cleats. Clapson takes the snap, fakes the run on the motion man. Now he checks it down to him. That's Tracy that got hit once and then from the other direction twice. Got spun around at the 38-yard line, but another nice pickup on first down for the RedHawks. Give him 5 on that play. 2nd down and 5 coming up for the RedHawks at the ball, moving left to right. 12 yards shy of midfield.
His 2nd reception of the day for Kenny Tracy, has the most for the RedHawks today.
And he's a multi-tool guy. Finn takes the snap, fakes the run, throws near side high to Cole Weaver, and he's clocked and drops it. That throw was high off the fingertips. Emilio Agard, the redshirt freshman from Philly, laid a huge hit on Cole Weaver on a high throw, and there was no chance he was hanging on to that.
Yeah, the high throw there from Finn Midweaver, very susceptible to a big hit. That's exactly what happened. Sets up a 3rd down and 4.
RedHawks are 0 for 3 on 3rd down tonight. 3:25 to go, first half. Crowd really starting to come to life. 3 men to the left, 1 out wide right. Josh Ringer, the back in the game. Finn takes the snap, looking to throw with time. Now he's motioning men downfield, and he's swallowed up. Maybe just trying to do a little too much there. Daquan Finn goes down. As the sack is made by Mason Rieger, the Louisville transfer, who's returning after missing last year with injury. It's a loss of 9 yards for Miami, and as the clock moves under 3 minutes to go, again, we see the punt team.
Yeah, and Rieger did not play last season for the Cardinals, making a big-time sack there for the Badgers. Tough drive there for the RedHawks.
Here Staten handles the snap and sends a high kick into the night sky with some headwind. Fair catch is called for and made, backing across the 25-yard line by Tyrell Henry. They mark it right at the 25 for Wisconsin. That's where the Badgers have it, 1st and 10 when we return. 2:35 remaining in the first half. A chance to double dip for Luke Fickell and the Badgers, leading by a trio. We're back to Camp Randall after this. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. Badger ball, 2:35 to go, first half. Wisconsin has it from their own 25, leading 3-0. Both of these coaches identify heavily with defense and special teams, so really no surprise this game has unfolded like it has. Wisconsin trots out the offense, and the question is, who would they bring out at quarterback? And again, it is not Billy Edwards, it's Danny O'Neal, and that is really unfortunate for this Wisconsin team, who brought in a Big Ten starter as a transfer, and he's gone down, at least for the moment, in week 1. O'Neal certainly very capable, though, and he starts under center on 1st and 10. Fakes the run, pocket collapsing around him. O'Neal throws on the run to the far side. Catch made just beyond the line of scrimmage by Jones, but he is met and rocked immediately by Silas Walters. Give him 1 on the catch. And Dylan Jones, who only appeared in 3 games last season, at 88 yards on the ground, but we've seen him a little bit through the air in this game. 2nd and 9 coming up for Wisconsin as we approach the 2-minute timeout. Again, we're in year 2 of that, still getting used to it in college. 1 second and 0 seconds left before the timeout. I don't know if the players were either not aware or just were content to not take the snap off, but regardless, they let the clock run down to 2 minutes, and that brings the 2-minute timeout.
Yeah, I was thinking it might try to get Miami offsides there as the timeout was approaching, but D-line very disciplined there. A good tackle by Silas Walters. We've seen a few missed tackles from the RedHawks today, but Walters able to recover there. Excellent, excellent open field tackle.
2 minutes left. 3-0 Wisconsin as we're late stages first half. And so you kind of check the pulse on this game a little bit. Don't want to say that, you haven't played exceptionally poor or well if you're Miami, but certainly does feel like there's more left in the tank, which is unfortunate. It feels like this team's coming a little bit sluggish, but also you feel pretty good that this team has limited it to just 3 at the moment, and that they likely have more to give on both sides of the football. Because as you mentioned, we've seen some missed tackles, we've seen some breaks defensively, and Wisconsin hasn't taken full advantage of it yet. And that could go one of two ways. Either it could continue, and surely a Big Ten team would bite you for that eventually, or you could get things cleaned up, and we could really have a good game headed deep into the second half.
Kind of has a similar feel to Week 1 at Northwestern.
It really does.
Very similar start to this game.
Yeah, just kind of both teams going back and forth. Not a whole lot going on. That game came right down to the wire. The RedHawks had a chance to drive down the field and tie the game late. Couldn't do so. They would love to put themselves in a position to be in it late, though, again tonight. Wisconsin breaks out of the huddle. Offense back on the field. 2nd and 9 for their own 26-yard line. 2 minutes even left. Badgers still have all 3 timeouts late in this first half, and they lead at 3-0. Wisconsin in the red uniforms goes from right to left with the ball on the right hash. O'Neal's got his hands in the hand warmers. Former Elite 11 finalist out of Indianapolis Cathedral High School. Stands 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage. He takes the snap. It's a handoff right. Jones cuts it back up the center, and he is swung down after a gain of about 3. Some interior men in on the stop for Miami. And that brings up a 3rd down and 5 for Wisconsin. And Chuck Martin is not taking a timeout here. He only has 2. We would almost surely see one if Miami gets a stop, but that's a big if. 3rd down and 5 coming up for Wisconsin. O'Neal takes the snap, looks to throw, pressure up the middle. O'Neal ducks, and he's swallowed up. Nazir Washington into the backfield for the sack. Ball comes back to the 21-yard line. And Washington, who didn't have any sacks last year, picks up his first of 2025. Miami calls timeout with 77 seconds to go, and Wisconsin forced to punt.
Again, we were waiting to see what RedHawks would step up tonight on defense with a lot of new faces. Nazir Washington, one of the returners from last season, gets his first sack here tonight. It is a huge one on the 3rd down. Miami with one more chance to get on the scoreboard before halftime.
Washington played sparingly behind All-MAC performer Bryan Ugu on the interior line last year. Ugu was a beast, and that really limited the snaps Washington could get. Hoping to be a force defensively this season for Miami. Lionel Billups-Williams back deep to receive the punt. RedHawks have 1 timeout left. They trail by 3 with 1:17 to go in the first half. Atticus Bertram's back out. Billups-Williams stands at the 37 of the RedHawks. Miami appears that they're going to bring the house. They do. Flag comes in. Kick spirals sideways to the right and sets up just inside the 30. Takes a small Wisconsin bounce before airing out of bounds. Check on this flag. It was 4th and 14, so if the RedHawks jumped, which it appeared they might have, it wouldn't affect things tremendously. That was a pretty good kick by Bertram's.
Yeah, they were talking to Luke Fickle. Looks like they're going to add some penalty yards to this punt as well. It's much, much better than his first.
So Wisconsin declines the penalty, and Miami comes out on offense right at the 25-yard line. All right, time to go for Daquan Finn. He's 3 for 6 through the air for 21 yards. On the ground, RedHawks have 12 attempts for 30 yards. Their leading rusher, Kenny Tracy, with 15, followed by Finn with 9. Field goal target range is right around the 33-yard line. Wind is swirling a little bit now. It's a little tough to see whether or not this would actually be a true backwind, headwind, crosswind, whatever for RedHawk kicker Dom Jobic. Three receivers to the right, one to the left. Josh Ringer the back for the RedHawks with Finn out of the shotgun. Offsetting his feet, his bright orange cleats stick out. Finn takes the snap, plenty of time to throw. Over the middle, he finds his man. Past the 40-yard line, a leaping catch before he was engulfed by Cole Weaver. He gets to the 45-yard line before he's entrapped by three Badgers, but that is a big-time pickup. And the RedHawks are in business. They hurry up to the line of scrimmage, 55 seconds to go. Wind starting to pick up, low snap to Finn, looking to throw. Now he checks it down short, facing some pressure, and the ball falls incomplete at the feet of Cam Perry on a short crosser, but Finn just had to get rid of that quickly, and the veteran was cool in the pocket. That stops the clock and allows Miami to take a breath. 50 seconds to go with the ball in the Wisconsin 45. Miami has one timeout left, trailing 3-0.
A good play there by Finn to avoid the sack and keep the clock stopped. Going back to that first throw, right over the hands of Tackett Curtis. Very, very close to INT, but big play instead.
Finn takes the snap, worms through the line of scrimmage, and now he tucks and runs. He dives across the 50-yard line and gets to the 49. The RedHawks do not call timeout here. They hurry to the line of scrimmage. This is interesting. This is a big third down coming up. Miami's racing everybody to the line, and Wisconsin is going as slow as they can, as is their right as the defense. Under 30 seconds to play in the first half. Third down and 4 for the RedHawks. 1 yard into plus territory. Finn takes the snap, looking to throw. Pocket collapses around him. Finn looking far side, throws, and it's over his man. Flag comes in late. Oh, but he had a man wide open on the scramble drill.
I think it was Colsey.
It was Colsey on the far side. And that would have put the RedHawks likely on the edge of field goal range, but we will check on this flag, which is right where Colsey was. Miami's offense is staying on the field for now. Looks like offensive PI is the call. Wisconsin is going to accept the penalty, it appears. Maybe thinking that Chuck Martin would think about going for it. Not entirely convinced, but regardless, you still put yourself in a great position here. Third down and 19 for the Wisconsin defense. There's just 14 seconds left. The RedHawks cannot take a knee because Wisconsin still has all their timeouts.
Yeah, we'll see how aggressive Miami is here. Don't want to make a mistake if you don't have to here.
RedHawks go empty. Finn takes the snap. Tons of pressure in his face, and Finn is brought down. Swallowed up by Daryl Peterson, the former Archbishop Hoban star and Cleveland Defensive Player of the Year. Playing up north for the Badgers, gets the big sack. And Luke Fickell calls timeout with 7 seconds left. Gives his team a shot with an explosive return to maybe do something. Tyrell Henry comes back deep, and you'd imagine that the Badgers are set to bring the house on Pierce Stanton, who's been busy in this first half.
Yeah, it certainly thinks so. It's going to be very important for Stanton here, too. Just pulling it away as quickly as you can.
Takes a low snap. Pressure came, but Stanton got that away with some room to spare, and the ball will bounce. So that should do it on the half, as Henry doesn't mess with it in space. Ball rolling around, and finally the RedHawks will touch it up at the 26. But the clock hits triple zeros. Well, that final drive really showed some promise, but stalled just short of field goal range. A crucial overthrow from DeQuan Finn plays in part as the RedHawks stay off the board, but Miami down just 3 headed into the break. Wisconsin set to receive the ball coming out of halftime. But hey, overall, Bryan, as we get your thoughts on the first half, not bad. You know, you'd like to see the offense move things a little bit more, especially through the air for Finn. He threw just 8 passes in the first half, 4 of them completed for 41 yards, namely on that chunk play to Weaver. He's Miami's leading receiver with 2 catches for 30 through the air. But defensively, you've been stout. Special teams has been, at the very least, equal with this Wisconsin team, and a pretty classic Luke Fickell versus Chuck Martin game that we've come to know very well over the last decade plus.
Yeah, that's kind of what we expected, right? 3-0 at halftime. I think you got to take it if you're Miami, right? You're giving yourself a chance in the second half. I mentioned it earlier, very reminiscent of last year's opener at Northwestern. RedHawks looking for a better result here in Madtown.
Certainly so. Wisconsin outgaining Miami 136-69, but again, the RedHawks with a couple of key stops defensively, and they allow just the one 42-yard field goal. That's the difference in the game at the moment for the Badgers. And once again, have the option to receive the kickoff in the second half. We will step aside, and when we come back, we've got your first RedHawk Radio halftime of 2025. Andrew Relvas has stats and analysis from the first half, as well as a look around what is pretty much as packed a Thursday as you will ever find around the country in college football. A ton of games in week one. We'll also preview some big ones coming up in the next few days this weekend. All that coming up next on the RedHawk Radio Halftime Report. After 30 minutes of play from Camp Randall Stadium, our score Wisconsin 3 and Miami 0. And we'll be back after this. It's Miami football on RedHawk Radio.
Welcome into our first RedHawk Radio halftime show. My name is Andrew Relvas, live from Camp Randall Stadium. Thanks again for joining us in what was a pretty competitive and pretty evenly matched first half of football in the 2025 calendar year. At the half, Wisconsin leads Miami 3-0 after 30 minutes of play. And this was a first half where Wisconsin had 136 total yards of offense to Miami's 69. In terms of passing, Miami had 41 passing yards to Wisconsin's 74. That was a combination of Edwards and O'Neal. We saw Billy Edwards Jr. get knocked out earlier in that first half, and it was the O'Neal show. And in terms of rushing yards, Wisconsin 62 rushing yards to Miami's 28 in that first half. Miami 2 penalties for 25 yards to Wisconsin's 2 for 10. So 15 more penalty yards attached on Miami. 10 first downs for Wisconsin to Miami's 4. Miami was 0 for 5 on third down. Wisconsin 3 for 8, so a little bit more effective and a little bit more efficient when it mattered most. They ran 35 plays compared to Miami's 22, and Miami averaged about 3 yards per play to Wisconsin's 4. So pretty evenly matched up here in the first half. The score is 3-0 with Wisconsin set to receive the second half kick. Well, let's take a look at some of the stat leaders for Miami. It is Daquan Finn leading the passing, 4 for 8, 41 yards with a 50% completion rate. On the ground for the RedHawks, it is Kenny Tracy leading the charge, 3 carries for 15 yards. His longest was 9. Daquan Finn right behind, 8 carries for 7. We haven't really seen a big rush yet for Daquan Finn, but if he gets out there, he can certainly make some plays and really show some excitement once he gets free. And Jeremy Ringer, 1 carry for 4 yards, along with Jordan Brunson with a couple of yards on the ground. That's the Miami rushing attack. In terms of receiving, only 2 RedHawks have caught it. It's Cole Weaver, 2 catches for 30 yards. His longest was 20. That was the longest of the day for Miami just at the end of that first half. And it was Kenny Tracy, the veteran, 2 receptions for 11 yards. Turning it over to Wisconsin, Billy Edwards Jr. was the leading passer, 6 for 13 with 68 yards. And O'Neal for Wisconsin, Danny O'Neal, the sophomore, 6 yards, 2 for 2. So 2 quarterbacks coming in here for Wisconsin after Billy Edwards Jr. left with a non-contact injury earlier in the first half. So we'll see which quarterback Luke Fickell decides to go with as we get into the second half. But it was Danny O'Neal to end that, and we will keep you posted for that. 74 combined passing yards for Wisconsin. In terms of rushing, it is Jones with 30. Dylan Jones, 7 carries for 30 yards, his longest 8. Darian Dupree, another guy, 3 carries for 14. And Katie Yakameli, 2 carries for 12 yards. 20 carries for 62 overall. Wisconsin just over 60 yards on the ground game, making it happen against this stout Miami defense. In terms of receiving, 8 receptions for 74 yards, no touchdowns yet. Jaden Ballard, the Ohio State man, leading the charge for Wisconsin. 2 receptions for 22 yards. The longest of the day was 11, with Kekahuna right behind him with 2 catches for 18 yards. Tretch Kekahuna has been dangerous on the short stuff, and he's certainly made the RedHawks pay with that speed. And lastly, Dylan Jones with 2 catches for 6 yards. So those were the leading catchers for the Wisconsin Badgers, leading receivers, rather, for this Wisconsin's offense. And in terms of defense, this Miami team has limited this Wisconsin team to only 3 points. They've kept them quiet, they've played well, and they've silenced this Wisconsin offense, who was around middle of the pack in the Big Ten last year, and they're struggling to find some footing. It kind of felt like, especially in that first half, that Billy Edwards had something going, especially in that first quarter, but ever since he got knocked out of the game, Miami kind of answered back on Danny O'Neil, and they've kept this Badgers offense to only 3 points here in the first half. Leading tacklers for Miami, it is Silas Walters and Eli Blakey, along with Adam Trick. All 3 returners talked about how you need the veterans to show up strong and make some big plays, and all 3 of those players have showed up big here at Camp Randall Stadium. They each have 5 tackles combined for 15 overall, along with Adam Trick having a sack. He's probably the defensive player of the first half for Miami, a sack along with a TFL and a pass breakup, along with Eli Blakey. Corbin Hondrew, Tony, and Malcolm McCain each have 3 tackles overall, 31 total tackles, along with 2 sacks for Miami. Nasir Washington getting another one of those tackles for the red and white. Turning it over to the Badgers, Dylan Hill leads the charge, 4 total tackles, leading all Badgers. Rager, along with Lane and Peterson, have the only sacks for Wisconsin, 2 on the game so far for the Badgers. Only 19 total tackles, along with 13 solo for the Badgers. And in terms of special teams, that was the only offense for Wisconsin. They got the field goal just at the end of that first quarter, with Nathaniel Vakos, the former Ohio Bobcat, making a 42-yard field goal that would end the scoreless tie. So that is the first half recap. We'll take a look at some of these scores. Some of these have gone final, and we will take a look right now. So about end of the third quarter, Buffalo against Minnesota. The Minnesota Golden Gophers leading 13-10. Buffalo has been labeled as a sleeper in the MAC, and they are certainly putting up a good fight against the Minnesota Golden Gophers. They are trailing 13-10 with 2:16 left to go in the third quarter, but the Golden Gophers are driving near midfield against Buffalo. Final in the MAC, Rutgers holds on to take a Game 1 victory against the Ohio Bobcats in a nail-biter. Rutgers wins 34-31 in their home opener in Piscataway, New Jersey. The Rutgers improved to 1-0, and the Bobcats of Ohio fall to 0-1. Bowling Green gets their first MAC win they get their first win on the season. First win for Eddie George, the new coach for the Bowling Green Falcons. They win 26-7 over the Lafayette Panthers at home. Wyoming wins 10-0 over Akron at Infocision Stadium in Akron, Ohio. That was a game where it was basically 3-0 all the way through 3 quarters before Wyoming scored a fourth quarter touchdown to win 10-0 against the Akron Zips in Akron's home opener. Western Michigan at Michigan State tomorrow at 7 o'clock Eastern, along with Central Michigan at San Jose State right after that one in Northern California. And then on the Saturday slate, Ball State at Purdue, Merrimack at Kent State, Toledo at Kentucky, Temple at UMass, Holy Cross at Northern Illinois, and finally Eastern Michigan at Texas State in San Marcos, Texas. Well, those are the MAC scores. We'll take a look at the top 25 score, and we'll take a look at that Cincinnati score, as that is one of the biggest games of the Thursday slate in Week 1. Top 25 matchup, South Florida stuns Boise State on the road. South Florida wins 34-7 in a home game for them. They take care of business. They win by 27, knocking off the Boise State Broncos, who were gunning for a second berth in a row in the college football playoff. Those bids may have been hindered a little bit after a 27-point loss on the road at Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Florida, home of the Buccaneers. So the Bulls dominate Boise State, and Boise State will look to rebound next week in what should be a good matchup after the rest of this week is done. And we'll take a look at that Cincinnati game. Nebraska leading 13-3 in Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. The Cornhuskers up by 10 over the Cincinnati Bearcats, and another Scott Satterfield campaign, his third on his Cincinnati career. With 11 seconds left to go, Nebraska leading 13-3. Dylan Raiola leading the charge for the Cornhuskers on the road in Kansas City. Well, that was the scoreboard segment. A lot of games yet to be played. We'll have Friday games, we'll have Saturday games, and we'll have Sunday games. A busy, busy week of college football set to begin in a little bit in the coming hours. Well, we'll turn her back here to Camp Randall Stadium. Just under 8 minutes left to go here in this halftime here at Camp Randall in Madison, Wisconsin, as more and more students are starting to file in. This is a pretty good atmosphere here for Week 1. School hasn't begun yet for Wisconsin. It begins next week, so that next week for Wisconsin, the next home game should be a busy and a really fun one. Whenever they have it, they will be playing against Maryland in the coming weeks, so that should be a fun Big Ten opener. They host Middle Tennessee State next Saturday. That'll be a 3 o'clock start, 4 o'clock Eastern here at Camp Randall Stadium. So that should be a full capacity game, and a game in which Wisconsin is probably favored by a lot more than they were in this game against Miami. So that'll be the next home game for Wisconsin. And for Miami, their next home game will be in Week 3 against UNLV on September 20th. They've got Rutgers next week, but they've got a game to win here tonight against the Wisconsin Badgers, and they're trying to be another MAC team to upset a Big Ten team. We haven't seen a Big Ten upset yet against a MAC team, but it could be this year. We'll see if the red and white can take care of business against Wisconsin. So how can the RedHawks win this one? Well, first of all, their defense is doing phenomenal. I mean, they've limited this Wisconsin offense to only 3 points, about 160 yards offensively. Still no turnovers for each side, so it's been pretty clean offensive football. We've seen both sides kind of struggle to get some offensive consistency. Miami was putting together a nice little drive at the end of that first half, but it got kind of stymied away after DeQuan Finn was unable to hook up with Deion Colsey on the far side, unable to make that throw. But they've had opportunities, and for this defense, they got to continue applying pressure to what should be the quarterback, Danny O'Neal, but we'll see if Billy Edwards comes back in. His status is still to be determined after getting knocked out due to a non-contact injury in that first half. So we'll see who this quarterback is for Wisconsin, but the defense got to continue applying pressure like I mentioned in that pregame show. Continue applying pressure. I love what I've been seeing from Adam Trick. He's been the biggest defensive presence for the RedHawks, and if he can continue attacking well and really staying aggressive on that offensive line for Wisconsin. The RedHawks should be in good company. Eli Blakey has made some nice plays along with Nasir Washington and Corbin Hondrew, along with Silas Walters. All of them are playing really well. These veterans are coming up strong here for Miami. So number one, the defense, they got to continue staying consistent. Haven't really seen any signs of them getting tired yet, but as the game goes on, we certainly could see some fatigue coming in, especially with the RedHawks kind of really far away from home here, and they've got an even farther test next week. So we'll see if fatigue is a factor, but so far this defense has been strong. Number two, for the offense, we haven't seen a ton of passing yards for the RedHawks. They've only attempted to pass it 8 times here tonight. So if Miami can get this offensive passing attack going, hope to see more than 8 passing attempts. But if they can get this passing attempt and passing attack under control, the RedHawks certainly could be in good business. Their biggest play of the first half was that 20-yard reception to Cole Weaver. So if we can see something similar to that, if we can see the RedHawks going to the deep ball even more in this third quarter and later into this game, the RedHawks could be in a good spot moving forward. But they got to continue applying pressure on the ground game. And if you want to fire away and get some deep shots, the RedHawks could really take advantage of this Wisconsin defense that, like Miami, is having a bunch of new faces in a brand new season here at Camp Randall Stadium. So the RedHawks trailing by 3 points, a football game to win. The RedHawks trying to head home to Oxford happy and knock off a Big Ten opponent for the first time since 2022. That was Northwestern. We'll see if the RedHawks can pick up a Big Ten opening victory in a very hostile environment here at Camp Randall Stadium in Madison, Wisconsin. 30 more minutes left to go here on the road, and we'll see if the RedHawks can pick up a big opening win against the Wisconsin Badgers. My name is Andrew Relvas. We'll take a break, and we'll hand it over to Luke and Bryan for the remainder of this second half. I'll be here at the end of this one for the post-game show. Hopefully Miami can pull off a victory. Stay with us on Red Hawk Radio.
Back here as we get set to begin the second half from Camp Randall. It's Wisconsin 3 and Miami nothing after 30 minutes alongside Bryan Miller. My name is Luke Poley. Glad you are with us on this Thursday night. Getting you going with Miami RedHawks football in 2025 a couple days early. And Bryan, in that first half, had to be relatively pleased again if you're Chuck Martin. Not in that your team was otherworldly, but in that you have a bunch of areas you could point to for improvement, and you're certainly within striking distance in the game. Offense a little bit sluggish, but your defense made the necessary stops, and it feels like if you make a few tweaks, you could really find yourself in this one down the stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't even know if I would say Miami played particularly well in that first half, but they've limited their mistakes, and they're only down 3 heading into the second half. I'm really interested to see who will receive some passes for the RedHawks in this half. It's only been 2 receivers, and one of them being Kenny Tracy, and he's a running back. It's been him and Cole Weaver. expect to see a few more passes and maybe some different receivers as well in the second half. We shall see.
Something to monitor on the Wisconsin side. Billy Edwards questionable to return after he exited with an apparent lower body injury, went to the tent, left. But Danny O'Neal has proven himself to be certainly serviceable as the number 2 guy. Again, a Wisconsin team that has traditionally run the ball a lot, and they're going to run the ball more this year. They have made that public. They'll get the ball first in the second half. Tom Jobin in his all-white uniform kicks it from left to right, and the ball flutters into the end zone and lands in the center of the W in Wisconsin. See who the Badgers trot out at quarterback as they start this first drive of the second half at their own 25-yard line. Billy Edwards in the first half, 6 for 13 through the air for 68 yards. O'Neal 2 for 2 for just 6 yards, but had some crucial keeps on the ground. He was also, though, the recipient of a pretty big sack that set up the RedHawks' best offensive drive, but stalled just short of field goal range.
And it is O'Neal again.
It is. He's out of the shotgun. 2 receivers right along with a tight end and 1 to the left. O'Neal fakes the run, throws it far side. Catch made along the sideline by Chris Brooks Jr. He swung out of bounds right at the first down marker. They put him a yard shy, pickup of 9 for Brooks, who was mostly a special teams guy for this team last season. The St. Louis native has the catch and sets up 2nd and 1.
We saw the Badgers in the first half. Thought they had a lot of success getting the ball out to the outside, both in the pass and the run. Did in the first play from scrimmage here in the second half. We'll see if they keep doing it.
This time, O'Neal under center. It's a pitch out left, and it does not go anywhere. It goes backwards as Jones is met in the backfield and knocked down to his backside. He loses a yard, and now it's 3rd down and 2. Wisconsin 3 for 8. But especially on their own half of the field, it felt like they converted on the majority of their chances on 3rd down, and they're set up at 3rd and short. 1 receiver wide either side.
Such a huge stop for the RedHawks if they get it here.
2 tight ends set. Handoff goes to Jones. He gets close, and now he gets a second effort to get the first down and more across the 40. He is finally wrapped by Silas Walters and brought to the turf at the 42-yard line. But there's that yak, the yards after contact for Dylan Jones, who gets the first down. The initial stop would have been close, but he made it with room to spare on the second effort.
And that's the tough running that a lot of Badger fans want to see here tonight.
2 receivers wide to the right, 1 to the left as O'Neal now backs into shotgun. Jones to his left. Play fake and a throw to the near side. Catch is made by Anthony. He gets outside the numbers and beats his man, Vinny Anthony, into Miami territory. He's shoved out of bounds at around the 30-yard line of the RedHawks. Michael Yarborough finally forced him out after he torched his man. That was Luke Evans in coverage, who got beat around the edge down the near sideline. A big pickup down to the 27 of Miami. And it's 1st and 10 Badgers well into RedHawk territory as we cross the 2-minute mark of the second half. They lead at 3-0.
And once again, Wisconsin getting the ball to the outside, able to get their biggest play of the night.
31 yards on the catch by Vinny Anthony. Shotgun for O'Neal. Looks to throw immediately to the far side. Ball might have been tipped. Actually, it just got cleanly over everybody to the far side where the catch is made. And that is Henry that makes the grab and is shoved out close to the marker, right at the marker. Gain of 10 to the 17, 1st down Wisconsin.
And the Miami DBs are playing way back, giving them a lot of room for the receivers to work with. See if the RedHawk defense can bend and not break here in the red zone.
Miami's red zone defense was fantastic last year. 1st in the MAC, opponents scoring just 75% of the time. O'Neal takes the snap, hands it off on the right side to the second man that was there. Looks like Trejke Kahuna that got around the right side for maybe a couple of yards. He had initially faked the run to Yakimelli, who served as a lead blocker of sorts. Kahuna actually went right down at the line of scrimmage, so no gain at 2nd and 10.
Yeah, good job there by the Miami defense, not fooled by the misdirection.
This drive for Wisconsin started at the 25. They've got their backup quarterback, Danny O'Neal, the sophomore from Indianapolis, in the game. Transfer from San Diego State works out of the pistol. Brings a man in motion from left to right. Fakes the run to him. Now back to throw. He steps up in the pocket, squirms out of a tackle, jumps forward, and gets brought down by a gang of RedHawks. Maybe a yard beyond the original line of scrimmage. Officially no gain, so that's a sack for the Miami defense. As about 3 RedHawks were in there. Silas Walters, it looked like, missed an initial tackle, but his teammates had him backed up. And it's 3rd down and 10 for Wisconsin. They're in comfortable field goal range for Nathaniel Vakos. As now O'Neal lines up. He's got Gideon Ituka to his right, and the handoff goes down the right side and gets some good ground, but is stopped just short of the marker down to the 10-yard line. Handoff actually went to Yakimelli on the right hash, and Luke Fickell is keeping the offense out there, we see, because Dylan Jones goes sprinting onto the field, and he's their RB1. So Wisconsin set to go for this deep in Miami territory, and here's the chance to bend but not break for Miami's defense. 4th down and 3 for Wisconsin with the ball in the Miami 10.
And for Badger fans, this is where you really want to see that old Wisconsin identity being brought back on this big 4th down.
They break the huddle late. They work at a shotgun, time winding down, and Luke Fickell calls timeout. They broke the huddle with only about 6 seconds left on the play clock. And Luke Fickell forced to use his first time out of the half early. 10:05 to go in the 3rd quarter. It's 3-0 Wisconsin. Field goal unit is warming up, but that could just be some misdirection for Luke Fickell, although with more time to think about it and certainly more time to scheme for Miami's defense, have to see if he still goes for this.
I think I would expect him to, calling a timeout to keep it 4th and 3. I think you would try to lean into the 4th down decision even more, and gives you more emphasis to go for it. As I was talking about it earlier, and we've been talking about it all night, Luke, with this Wisconsin offense trying to go back to their old identity, back to the glory days of ground and pound. In a 4th and 3 situation, this is where you really test that identity for each of these squads. And really a chance for each of these teams to turn the game around.
Again, for Wisconsin last year, they threw the ball on 50.4% of their offensive snaps. Now, does that number on its own mean a lot for any average football team? Not necessarily, but that was actually the highest passing percentage in school history for the Badgers, which just showcases the traditional commitment to the run, and the offense had varying levels of success with their pass heaviness last year, and now I want to go back to the old identity that brought success and championships to Madison, and hoping to go back to that ground game. So it's 3-0 Wisconsin, 4:55 into the second half. This is the Badgers' opening drive. It started on their own 25-yard line. And again, backup quarterback, sophomore Danny O'Neal is in the game for the Badgers. Honorable mention All-Mountain West last year. He was the first true freshman to start at San Diego State in their Division I era that traces back to the 60s. Again, for a Sean Lewis team that has been dynamic on offense traditionally. Miami seen that firsthand when he was at Kent State. RedHawks played some good games against the Golden Flashes, who have since really struggled since Lewis departed initially for the Colorado offensive coordinator job and then to San Diego State to be the head man. Wisconsin breaks the huddle. They keep the offense out. Big play for backup quarterback Danny O'Neal. He starts out of the pistol, and it's a different personnel group for the Badgers. They've got Cade Yakimelli in the game at running back, 2 yards behind his QB. They bring a man in motion from right to left, fake the handoff, now looking to throw towards the end zone. It's intercepted. A knee taken, and the RedHawks get a takeaway. Looks like Silas Walters got it down there for Miami, and that is a huge stop in the red zone. And the RedHawks are in business Talk about bend but don't break. That will work for Chuck Martin's team.
Yeah. O'Neal trying to get to Trech Kekahuna in the end zone, but Walters able to intercept the ball. I don't think that was the play call that anyone at Camp Randall Stadium was expecting. These Badger fans are stunned here in the third quarter.
So again, Yakimelli was the guy for a lot of that time in the red zone at running back for Wisconsin. And prior to the timeout, they had brought him off and rushed on Dylan Jones. And that substitution, along with Miami's ensuing response to, of course, as the defense sub a little slower, forced Luke Fickell to call the timeout. And then he changed his personnel package. And the RedHawks come up with a huge, huge takeaway.
And very underrated there from Walters, taking a knee in the end zone. A lot of guys will try take it out, try to get a return, but instead just get the touchback and start at the 20. That'll work just fine.
It certainly will. And again, even on fourth down, to have the presence of mind too, because your football IQ would tell you initially knock that ball down, but because Wisconsin was inside the 20,
yeah,
you end up doing the best thing there by not knocking it down, intercepting it, but then not running it out and taking the knee. So a good job by Silas Walters, the former walk-on turned captain. Again, he's been a special teams behemoth for this Miami team over the course of his career. Local product out of Westchester, Ohio, less than an hour from Oxford, comes up with a huge defensive play for a Miami defense that led the MAC in INTs with 13 of them last year. They've got the game's first turnover here tonight. 9:59 to go, third quarter. It's 3-0 Wisconsin. Again, a lot of games going on throughout the weekend. As things look for the MAC, again, Ohio fell just short of Rutgers earlier this evening. Lost by a field goal after coming all the way back from down 31-7 to tie. Bowling Green stayed within a few scores, but ran the opening kickoff of the game back for a touchdown against Lafayette. That's the second straight year
that's insane.
Falcons have run the opening kick of the season back for a TD. And the Eddie George era starts off well with a win over FCS Lafayette. Wyoming dispatched of Akron. Buffalo and Minnesota were playing a tight game, although the Golden Gophers, arch rivals of these Wisconsin Badgers, have put some air into that lead. And this is the only other MAC game going on tonight. They've got a couple more games tomorrow, and then, of course, a full slate on Saturday. Miami's offense is onto the field. DeQuan Finn works out of the shotgun. He's got two receivers to the right, one to the left. Finn takes the snap. Handoff up the middle goes nowhere to Kenny Tracy as he was pushed back at the line of scrimmage. Forward progress gives him a yard off the initial push from Miami's O-line. And an O-line that replaced 5 starters for the RedHawks this year. 2nd and 9 coming up.
And Miami's had a little bit of trouble rushing the ball here tonight. Just 29 yards rushing. They need to improve that in the second half to get a W.
2nd and 9 from left to right. Finn with his left foot in front of his right. He takes the snap and looks to throw. Pocket collapsing off the edges. He rainbows it to the near side. Catch made. That's Dion Colsey. The fifth-year transfer from Notre Dame is hauled out of bounds past the sticks up to the 32-yard line. That's a gain of 11 and a first down for the RedHawks.
Yeah, Luke, I asked early on in this half who the other pass catchers are going to be for the RedHawks tonight. Colsey is certainly one of the first guys you would think of. He gets his first reception there and a first down for Miami.
Grad transfer from Notre Dame, former blue chip. First down and 10 for the RedHawks, under 9 minutes to play in the third. Miami hands it off. Tracy to the left side, and he is swarmed. Tracy goes backwards. Sebastian Cheeks, the former UNC Tar Heel, leads the stop for Wisconsin's defensive front. It's a loss of 1. And it's 2nd down and 11 for the Miami offense.
This was a Wisconsin defense last year that was towards the bottom of the Big Ten in rushing yards allowed, something you don't often see from the Badgers stop unit. So far tonight, doing a much better job.
165 a game last year. That was 17th in the Big Ten. And again, just 28 total yards on the ground for Miami so far. Finn takes the snap on 2nd and 11. Started right, now counters left, and he dives as pressure comes from the second level. Marked down at the 34-yard line. Short pickup of about 4 yards. Give him 3. It's 3rd down and 8 for Miami with the ball between the two hatches, moving from left to right.
This is a really tough situation for Miami. Really want to avoid 3rd and longs. Faced a couple tonight. Both of them have ended in sacks for Wisconsin. Need to avoid that here.
Miami is 0 for 5 on 3rd down tonight. Wisconsin subs late. 5 on the play clock. RedHawks still can't go. 3 on the play clock. Now they can snap it. Finn's got to get this off, and Chuck Martin calls a timeout. That is really unfortunate for Miami as Wisconsin subbed late in response, and that meant Miami had to wait, but Finn had time to get that snap off, and Chuck Martin makes a beeline right to the officiating crew, who I believe he thinks stood in front of Daquan Finn for a second or two too long and did not let the RedHawks get that snap off. Finn had about 3 to 4 seconds left on the play clock by the time he could snap the football, but could not get it away, and Miami calls a crucial timeout, down a score in the second half. It's just a 3-0 deficit, but facing a 3rd and long, and now just 2 timeouts left to work with for the rest of this one.
Yeah, and crucial timeouts for both teams. I mean, we've seen that early on in the second half. Luke Fickell calling a timeout on 4th down in their opening drive, and now Chuck Martin calling one on 3rd down in their opening drive. Those timeouts could be really, really crucial if we have a close game in the 4th quarter.
7:13 to go, 3rd quarter. It's Wisconsin 3 and Miami nothing. The second ever meeting between two schools that, well, depending on traffic, of course, are separated by between 6 and 7 hours. Only other meeting came in 2015, and it was a 58-0 win for the Badgers. It has been quite different tonight. RedHawks looking to pick up a Power 5 win for the first time in 2 years since beating UC. Looking to pick up a Big Ten victory for the first time since beating Northwestern at the old Ryan Field. And an offense led by Avion Smith. Might have a delay in the game as the T-shirt gun.
Absolute disaster from the T-shirt cannon.
T-shirt cannon. It's one of the big ones that you can load about 100 T-shirts into at once, and it just spins and fires shirts, and it fired them all over the field. And the Wisconsin end zone on the left side. They've got some interns hurriedly attending to it.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the win. That's a tough one for Bucky Badger.
7:13 to go in the 3rd quarter. Miami's got a big 3rd down coming up. This place is filled in really nicely for a Thursday night. Had some folks getting in here late, especially on the student side. At opening kickoff, I'd say the top 1/3 or so of the student section was essentially empty, and there is not an empty seat there now.
Yeah, credit to them for staying. I don't know if they necessarily want to be staying as long as they have. They probably thought this wasn't going to be a close game, but credit to them for doing it regardless.
Here we go. Miami looking for their first 3rd down conversion of the night from their own 34-yard line. 3rd down and 8. Finn claps and takes the snap. Looking to throw. Tons of pressure in his face. Finn escapes. Now looking downfield. He throws on the run, and he overshot his target. Looking for Colsey on the post. Also had Cam Perry deep, but although he was open, Finn probably did not have the arm strength on the run to get it to him there. Credit at least to avoid the sack for Daquan Finn. You see the ability to escape, but again, the punt unit comes out for Miami.
And once again, it's an inexperienced offensive line for Miami. Wisconsin able to get some pressure on Finn, and another 3rd down stop for them.
Boot sends Henry forward, and he gets hit before he touches the ball. It's a pretty good punt, but it's going to be wiped away as Miami touches it at the 17-yard line. That is just a mental mistake made by the RedHawks.
It looked like it was Coleman Jr. I don't think he saw the fair catch signal, tried to wrap up the returner. Really just can't afford those mistakes.
Yeah, and even he's seen the fair catch signal. The ball wasn't even there yet. It was still in the air when it wasn't really a real hit, but he kind of grabbed the waist and spun around Tyrell Henry, the return man, and can't do that. And that sets Wisconsin up with great field position, and that is a back-breaking ST penalty for Miami. It's not by much, probably 60-40, but you could say to that point the RedHawks probably had the better of things on special teams so far, but Wisconsin has swayed things the other way and now has great field position to start the drive. It's still O'Neal at quarterback, and he hands it off on first down, and white jerseys collapse onto the ball carrier in Jones. He does get a yard just outside the right hash, but is brought down, and it's now 2nd and 9.
He carried a couple RedHawks with him to get that very hard-earned yard. Could have very easily been a loss, but I think you'll still take it if you're the Miami defense.
Oscar McWood made the stop, got dragged an extra yard in the process. 2nd and 9 with O'Neal now out of the gun. Takes the snap, he fakes the run to Iacomelli, facing all kinds of pressure. Now he checks it down, and Iacomelli drops it. Just one of those fire drill type of plays where O'Neal had 3 RedHawks in his face, had to dump it off to the running back whom he faked the run to, and timing was just a little bit off. Iacomelli had it hit him in the hands, but it rolled down his right arm and fell incomplete, and now it's 3rd down and 9 for the Badgers. Still up 3-0 with 6:13 to go in the third quarter, and the ball on their own 47-yard line.
3rd and 9 for the Badgers. RedHawks looking for a critical stop here.
4 on the line. They fake the handoff, and O'Neal goes straight ahead for the first down, spins out of a tackle in RedHawk territory, and gets across the 40-yard line. Finally brought down by Caleb Martin at the Miami 36. A really well-sold fake as the RedHawks went after the running back, which would have been a massive loss. O'Neal kept it himself, and he scampers for 17 to move the chains.
And O'Neal does not run often, had less than 100 yards rushing last year at San Diego State. I mean, has a couple of big carries here tonight, one to pick up a 4th down, a long 3rd down conversion there. He has been huge tonight with his legs.
5.5 to go, third quarter. Wisconsin trying to add to a 3-0 lead. O'Neal from the pistol, Iacomelli behind him. He fakes the hand. O'Neal rolling near side, throws to the near side, incomplete. He had a man wide open off the curl route in the open field. That was Vinny Anthony, but he left the ball short of his feet, and it's 2nd and 10.
Yeah, that was definitely a miss there from O'Neal. I've seen a few misses from Wisconsin quarterbacks tonight, whether it was him or Billy Edwards. Could be up by more, honestly.
Just 3 at the moment, 5:20 to go, third quarter. Badgers on the edge of field goal range. 2nd down and 10. Another play fake, throw to the far side. Catch is made, and it's Griffin Jr. that gets across the marker into first down territory. Or rather, that's Eugene Hilton Jr. on the catch for Wisconsin, who escaped an initial ankle tackle. And now the quick snap and a throw down the near side, and a catch made by the tight end Lance Mason. RedHawks got caught napping just a little bit as that goes down the near side down to the 2-yard line. They'll mark him as he kind of slid on the end of that all the way at the 3 or 4-yard line. But 1st and goal for Wisconsin for the first time tonight.
First catch for Mason tonight was just going right up the seam. They found the hole in the defense, and Wisconsin with their best opportunity yet to get a touchdown.
The FCS All-American sets his team up in a goal-to-go situation. RedHawks haven't been quite this deep on this end of the field before, but they came up with a pick in the end zone the last time Wisconsin got close. 1st and goal from the 3. O'Neal backs up, and Luke Fickell calls timeout. Play clock was running down. And these are the things that tend to happen in week 1, and both coaches highlighted with as much roster turnover as is common in 2025. College football fans probably should get used to this, as it's a timeout to avoid a delay of game for the Badgers. And now they have just 1 remaining for the final 19 minutes and change of this game, but set up well to try and go up 2 scores. They're up 3-0, and they've got it 1st and goal from the Miami 3-yard line.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge only having 1 timeout for Wisconsin. As you mentioned, the mistakes we typically see here in week 1, especially with a quarterback change, in the middle of a game. And who knows how much time Danny O'Neal had with the ones during practice, I wouldn't think that much. I mean, just even more so, the mistakes could really start to add up, especially pre-snap.
Yeah, you talk about those reps specifically. Luke Fickell said, with Billy Edwards especially unfamiliar with this scheme being brought in as the QB1, he almost had to get more QB1 reps than normal. And so what that meant was your QB2 and your QB3 got very few reps during practice. O'Neal hasn't shown it a ton. He's been very efficient through the air, 7 for 10 for 89 yards, and he has, on this drive, surpassed Billy Edwards, who is still not returned from his injury, as Wisconsin's leading passer. He does have the one pick, but an interception that you'll kind of live with, was just trying to make something happen on a 4th down. Had to at least get something in the air. So 1st and goal coming up for Wisconsin. Again, Miami's defense was best in the MAC, and it really was not close in the red zone last year. They had some crucial red zone stops in some of their bigger wins last season. Again, about a quarter of the time, their opponent was not scoring when they got in the red zone. They were helped down in part by a great field goal blocking unit as well that came up big a couple of times last year. They've got a red zone stop tonight. Now they aim for a second, this one much closer. 4:12 to go, 3rd quarter. It's Wisconsin 3 and Miami nothing. Badgers come out of the timeout. 1st and goal at the 3-yard line. O'Neal gets set. Trying to put a team in the end zone for the first time tonight. Out of the shotgun, a back to each side. It's Iacomelli and Dupre. Iacomelli runs out to the left, and he keeps it. O'Neal does on the play fake and throws it over the middle. It's caught for a touchdown. Vinny Anthony on the quick slant makes the grab. Had 4 touchdowns last year and picks up the 1st touchdown for the Badgers in 2025. And with 4:08 to go in the 3rd quarter, Wisconsin moves ahead by 2 scores with the PAT pending.
Yeah, Vinny Anthony has been the go-to guy for Wisconsin quarterbacks tonight. Gets their 1st touchdown of the season here in the 3rd quarter.
Daniel Vakos on for the extra point. And he drives it through to make it 10-0 Wisconsin with 4:08 to go in the 3rd quarter. Drive goes 7 plays, 54 yards over a pretty brisk 2:46 for the Badgers. Finishes on the 3-yard pass from O'Neal to Vinny Anthony. Over the middle on the play action, and Wisconsin goes up 2 scores for the first time. And now it's gut check time for this Miami offense. Their defense has given them chance after chance to potentially vault in front or at least tie the game. And the RedHawks have just kind of hung around. Now Wisconsin finally has their breakthrough in the end zone, and the RedHawks desperate for an answer.
Finn 5 for 10 tonight, just 52 yards passing. We'll see if there's more quarterback run in this drive as well. It seemed to have worked well for the RedHawks tonight.
Keith Reynolds back deep to receive the kick, which slices to the near side but lands in the end zone for a touchback. Brings Miami's offense out onto the field. 4:08 to go in the 3rd quarter. And it's 10-0 Wisconsin. And again, you never want to use the term must-score drive because it isn't a 100% must-score drive, but really the first time where it feels like this season you painfully need that score. In the 6-year-long era of Brett Gabbert, it felt like far more often than not on these types of drives, Miami got in the end zone. We'll see if Daquan Finn can provide that same level of consistency. He starts out of the shotgun with 3 receivers to the short side left, nobody out right. Handoff goes up the middle, and Tracy gets swept down in the backfield. There may be a flag in on the end of this. Don't believe so, though. I think this just goes for no gain. Tracy lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage. That's Sebastian Cheeks, again, sticking his nose in there on the stop. Actually, what the commotion was about was the ball came out at the end, but I think that the referees had already signaled forward progress, and I think upon replay that Tracy was also down, and I think the RedHawks got on it. So you had a couple security blankets there. Regardless, it's 2nd and 10. Finn takes the snap, rolls near side, pitch and catch complete to Cole Weaver outside the numbers. He's crunched out of bounds past the 30-yard line after a short pickup. Stop is made by Ricardo Hallman for Wisconsin after a 5-yard gain. 3rd and 5 coming up for the Miami offense with the clock rolling towards 3 minutes left in the third.
Yeah, as you mentioned at the beginning of this drive, Luke, it felt like as close to a must-score drive as you can get in the third quarter. Well, this seems like a must-get third down as you can get in the third quarter as well. Gotta get to your best players here.
Josh Ringer in the backfield. 2 receivers wide left. Island man right. Finn out of the shotgun. Takes the snap. 4-man rush. Looking to throw. Pressure coming up. Finn escapes. Running. Looking. Tries to spin away from a tackle. And a great play in the open field to bring him down. Christian Allegro, he was on the preseason watch list for the Dick Butkus Award with the sack on Daquan Finn on the scramble drill. And it's a loss of 7. And as has been too common tonight, Pierce Stanton and the punt team come out for Miami.
Yeah, and again, a third down situation, which an inexperienced O-line is just a little too overwhelmed. Has really been the theme of the night so far.
Kick goes high into the night sky. Henry calls for the fair catch and makes it, but the RedHawks extra careful this time following the penalty last time around. It's made at the 31-yard line of Wisconsin, and that is where the Badgers start the drive 1st and 10. 2:01 to go, third quarter. Wisconsin leads it by 2 scores for the first time. And now a big drive to potentially really put your foot down if you're the Badgers and maybe go up by 3 scores with Miami's inability to really move the ball on offense. 3 scores would be a big hill to climb for this RedHawk team.
Yeah, it really feels like a drive where the Badgers can drive the dagger in the RedHawks. It's going to be huge for the defense.
Snap to O'Neal on first down. He throws it to the far side. It went right through the hands of Silas Walters. Still almost got to the intended target in Chris Brooks Jr., but it hits off his hands too and falls incomplete.
Oh,
and wow,
man.
Silas Walters, who has an interception already, would have had that and probably would have sixed it too if he hung on.
Man, he read that perfectly. Did everything but catch the ball. That could have been a huge, huge play in this game. Man.
So now it's just 2nd and 10. Wisconsin keeps it on the ground. Handoff to Dupre, and he dodges out of an initial tackle and works up to the second level, diving just shy of the 45-yard line. He darts to the 44 and a half. That's an 8-yard gain for him after he met contact pretty much right at the line of scrimmage, and that is another tough one for Miami's defensive front, as a potential 3rd and long is instead a 3rd and 2 for the Wisconsin offense, who's 1 under 50% at 5 for 11 on 3rd down tonight.
Yeah, whether it's Jones or Dupree, both of them have done a really, really good job of shutting off some RedHawk defenders.
O'Neal takes the snap on 3rd down. Now he tucks and runs, and he lowers his shoulder and gets hit hard, but gets the necessary yardage for the 1st down. Oscar McWood played a part in laying a hit on the quarterback. But it was after enough yardage was picked up. Beg your pardon, rather, that's Jackson Kuwach, the former Ohio State Buckeye, who made the stop. But the Badgers get the 1st down. They have to run one more play in the 3rd quarter with 44 seconds to go in it. Single back for O'Neal. Kekahuna motions from left to right. They hand it to him. He gets met in the backfield, breaks out of the 1st tackle. 2 more reinforcements arrive as a flag comes in late. And he's dragged down after maybe a gain of a yard. And we check on the flag as the clock stops with 35 seconds to go in the 3rd.
I didn't see a ton of penalties tonight, just 5 total.
It's holding on Wisconsin, and Miami takes the penalty to back the Badgers up. So the 1 yard gain wiped away, and Wisconsin backed up to a little bit past where they started the drive. We'll go back to their own 38-yard line. Ball's on the left hash. Clock moves once again. Wisconsin does again have to run a play as the game and play clock separated by about 10 seconds. O'Neal out of the gun, fakes the run, throws to the far side. It's jumped again by Walters, and he knocks it down. Goodness gracious, Silas Walters has been a ball hawk well. He again dodged around the blocking player on the screen. We saw him do that earlier and miss the tackle. This time around, he completely jumped the route. The unfortunate thing was his head wasn't even looking at the football. He was looking at the receiver getting ready to make a tackle, and the ball just hit his vacant arm and fell to the turf.
And who knows, if you guys head around just a split second sooner, that could be another pick six. What a drive for Silas Walters.
2nd and 20 now for Wisconsin. Offset eye, they fake the pitch. O'Neal back to throw, looking deep, now sets his eyes shorter, rolling to the far side. He zips a pass to the far sideline that's brought in on the toe tap by Jaden Ballard at the 43-yard line. So a mid-sized pickup after an extension of the play with Danny O'Neal's legs. 5 yards on the gain for the former Buckeye Jaden Ballard, and it's 3rd down and 15. Wisconsin does not have to run a play, and they got to the line and snapped the football, but that was right as the clock hit zeros. And that brings us to the end of the 3rd quarter. It's time to jump around here inside Camp Randall, and the Badgers lead it in Week 1 action, 10-0. One of college football's best traditions coming up. We'll take a break on our side of things and be back with the 4th quarter. Big 3rd down coming up for the Miami defense on the other side. This is Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. Fourth quarter. 15 left on the clock here from Camp Randall with our score Wisconsin 10 and Miami nothing. They jumped around, the crowd's into it, and a big 3rd down coming up for Wisconsin in the offense. 3rd and 15, shy of midfield. O'Neal takes the play fake, pressure coming up the middle. O'Neal escapes, now running diagonally left across the line of scrimmage. He is dragged down near the initial sticks as he gets up for a gain of about 5 and actually 6 to make it 4th and 9, but not nearly enough as Miami's Pass rush almost got home, but did enough to at least guide O'Neal to the ground, well short of the marker. 4th and 9, punt team on. Lionel Billups-Williams stands at his own 8-yard line as Atticus Bertrams is out. Miami backs up into coverage. Kick is a pretty good one. Billups-Williams decides to field it in traffic and gets out of the initial tacklers and now escapes another shoestring tackle as he crosses the 20 and gets out to the 23.
Wow.
Well, Lionel Billups-Williams, who had just one kick return last year for 12 yards, a reserve player, makes a gutsy play there, fielding it at the 8. Not fair catching it. Maybe catching the punt coverage team by surprise a little bit and returning it for about 15 yards. You'll take that if you're Miami. Now your offense gets much better field position. And 54 seconds into the 4th quarter. Here we go. It's Wisconsin 10 and Miami nothing. And DeQuan Finn in the offense set to come out. You mentioned the feel of that Northwestern game last season. And somewhat of a similar feel just from a purely game perspective and not as much with the theatrics of the rivalry, but to that UC game last year, and it felt like in both, the RedHawks were one big play shy of just shifting momentum enough to really stay in the game, and it again feels like they're right there.
And they've had opportunities tonight. I mean, we saw that, I mean, it was a pass interference, but also the missed throw to Deion Colsey. We saw Cam Perry, that could have potentially been a bomb as well for DeQuan Finn. There's been a few opportunities for the RedHawks tonight to get that big play that they desperately need, and they really, really need to get one here on this drive, down 10.
And again, you think about some of the signature Chuck Martin wins. Think about the UC game a couple seasons ago. You crack the first play of the game for 75 yards. You block a field goal. We have seen this team create their own opportunities so many times by just shifting the tides of the game with one big play. But there have also been nights like tonight where it seems like you just wait until the very end. So is there something in the tank for this RedHawks team before the game ends? That is the question. Miami's offense trots out onto the field. DeQuan Finn in his RedHawk debut, 6 for 11 through the air for 57 yards. On the ground, 10 total rushes for 4 yards net, but has had a couple of chunk rushing plays individually if you don't count the sack yardage. 3 receivers to the right, nobody out left for Finn. And we're seeing more and more of Josh Ringer, redshirt freshman from Lawrenceburg, Indiana, who's again in the game as the running back. Colsey motions from right to left. Finn takes the snap, looks that direction, throws it to the flat. Pass complete to Ringer. He gets outside the numbers and is pulled out of bounds by his hips. After a pickup of about 5 or 6 yards, Emilio Agard, the star redshirt freshman, got to Miami's young back after a gain of 4, 2nd and 6.
Yeah, it certainly appears that Ringer's played more of that RB2 role more than Jordan Brunson here tonight. Ringer only playing 4 games last year, but showcasing his abilities here in game number 1 in the 2025 season.
Former Gatorade Player of the Year in the state of Indiana, had one of the best high school running back careers of anyone ever, and that's no joke. Finn takes the snap, hands it off to Ringer up the middle. Flag comes in from the far side referee as the line breaks for Ringer to get a yard or 2. Chuck Martin is off the sideline screaming at the official that threw the flag, if that's any indication of what's about to happen.
Yeah, it was right at the snap, too, it appeared.
It's a snap infraction. Sounds like some sort of false starty procedural penalty that backs Miami up 5 yards. More on Ringer. He's a state champion at East Central High School. Good, small football high school in the state of Indiana in 2023. Talk about that high school career. This is not a college season where you're playing 12 regular season games. You only play 10, but this counts some playoff games as well. But 2,880 yards as a senior. His season low in a game was 117, which is the season high for the vast majority of high school running backs and a eye-popping 55 touchdowns.
Man, is that good or not? Man, that's insane.
That's incredible. It led the nation at the time. Miami now set up for a 3rd and 6. Finn backs up, facing pressure. Now he steps up and runs. Finn has some room. He's met and brought down from behind, and he's short. Oh, a great tackle in the open field by Sebastian Cheeks. He got Finn from behind and was the only man between him and the sticks. And that forces Miami to punt again with 12:43 and counting to go in the 4th, down by 10.
Man, game-saving play there by Wisconsin. Again, seeing the ability of Daquan Finn. He's able to elude a couple of defenders, but man, the Wisconsin athletes, they've done a really, really good job here tonight defensively.
Staten's kick sends Henry back. He calls for the fair catch and makes it, backpedaling inside his own 20-yard line. And they give him the 20. Wisconsin starts up there on the other side of the break. 12:20 to go in the game here from Camp Randall. Our score, Badgers 10 and RedHawks nothing. We'll be back in a moment. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. $12:20 remaining, 4th quarter. It's Wisconsin 10 and Miami nothing. Luke West, Poley, Bryan Miller with you for the season opener for both RedHawks and Badgers. Miami heads out east to play Rutgers next week. For Wisconsin, they host Middle Tennessee. 1st and 10 for the Badger offense from their own 20-yard line following the Miami punt. Gotta get something going here if you're the RedHawks. Somebody's got to go out there and make a play. Miami's been close, but you have to have that game-breaking type of play. O'Neal on 1st down, hands it off, and Jones with a huge juke move to get around the initial tackler. He gets outside the numbers and is brought down after a gain of about 11 yards. Got Luke Evans in the open field and just shimmied him right out of his shoes. It's a gain of 11 yards on the run for Dylan Jones, who has had his way tonight. 11 carries for really just 50 yards, which seems a little low given what it feels like his production has been like, but he has been really good tonight.
Yeah, it feels much more impactful than that, especially with all the broken tackles.
Certainly. O'Neal takes the snap out of the gun, pocket collapsing around him. He whips it outside to Jones out of the backfield, and he gets upended as he flips down after about 1 yard. Looks like he's all right, or a very hard tackle there from, I think, Corbin Hondrew for the RedHawks, who got him at the ankles. 2nd down and 8. Give him 2 yards on the catch. Jones officially with 8 yards through the air. Snap and the handoff. This time goes to Dupre, and he worms down the left side of the line before he falls down at around the 36-yard line. And that's a pickup of a couple. 3rd down and 5. Wisconsin going quick here. They worked some tempo in last year. Haven't seen it as much tonight. O'Neal out of the gun for 3rd down and 5. He takes the snap. Pressure coming, and he throws far side. Incomplete, but 2 flags come in. There was some hand fighting on the far side of the field. Eugene Hilton Jr. was the intended target. But that PI penalty is going to sting the RedHawks on 3rd down. Coy Beasley back in coverage. And 2 flags came in immediately. Check that, rather, not Beasley. That's Tony Coleman Jr. instead for Miami, and that gives the Badgers a 1st down. So they're into Miami territory at the 49-yard line. O'Neal with a pistol, man to his right as well. He hands it off up the middle. Body's flying everywhere on a short yardage gain for Dupre. 3-yard pickup. Somebody in the pile swallowed him up. Hondru on the tackle for the RedHawks. 2nd and 7 coming up.
Seems like that's been the theme of the drive so far for Wisconsin. These 3-4-yard runs, but in a situation like this where you want to milk the clock more than anything, they'll take it.
Throw over the middle on 2nd down, complete to the tight end Lance Mason for the 1st down as he makes the catch and gets just beyond the sticks. Rather, that's not Mason 86. That is instead Grant Stack 85 in red, who makes the catch. Couple yards to spare on the 9-yard catch. Tackle by Corbin Hondru, but it's 1st and 10 Wisconsin. They lead it 10-0. We're under 10 minutes to play. They're driving into Miami territory now at the 37. Ball smack dab in the middle of the field. Dupre is the back. But O'Neal looks to throw, and he is gobbled up. 2 RedHawks get home. Adam Trick
Again.
gets credit for it in there with Oscar McWood. All the way back to the 46-yard line for Wisconsin. That is a loss of 9. Now they move the spot up to the 45, loss of 8 officially, and it's 2nd down and 18 as the Badgers move the clock under 9 minutes to play.
Man, Adam Trick really having himself a game here tonight. Couple of sacks, a deflected pass as well. Certainly making his presence known.
2 receivers wide to the left. O'Neal fakes the handoff and now checks it down to the near side, and Steck bobbled the pass at his ankles and dropped it. It's incomplete. Rather, that's not Steck, that's Mason again, the other tight end for Wisconsin. Throw was low. Would have been for short yardage, but maybe at least something should he have hung on to that ball. Instead, it's 3rd down and 18 for the Badgers. If you could pick about half of this up, you could kick a long field goal. They're at the 45-yard line, moving left to right into Miami territory. O'Neal takes a shoulder-high snap. Back to throw, plenty of time. He airs it out over the middle of the field, has a man, it is broken up. Oh, a great leaping defensive play by Caleb Martin for Miami. Jaden Ballard, it looked like initially had him beat, but Martin climbs the ladder to high point that football and knock it down before it reached Ballard's outstretched arms in the end zone. Wisconsin forced to punt, now with 8.5 to play.
And how about the closing speed there from Caleb Martin? He had a lot of ground to make up, and he had to do it very quickly, and he did just that. This Miami defense still giving them a chance.
Phillips Williams again stands at the 8. RedHawks nearly got to that punt, and as a result, it's kicked out near the 10-yard line. Phillips Williams takes a bump, and he's protesting that there should have been a call, but he still makes the fair catch anyways, even though he collided with Emir Latimer. No flag comes in, but no harm, no foul for Phillips Williams. Fair catch at the 10-yard line, and now, with as good as this rushing attack is for Wisconsin, it's safe to say that this is a must-score drive. 8:29 remaining. RedHawks with just 2 timeouts left. Remember, Wisconsin only with 1. Both of these teams had to burn an early one, and the Badgers had to take an additional timeout as well early in this half. Badgers up 10-0. RedHawks are separated from the end zone by 90 yards. Daquan Finn, 7 for 12 through the air for 61 yards, but really has not been in a big rhythm, and we haven't really seen him go to the air with frequency. It's generally been one pass followed by 3 to 4 runs for the RedHawks in this game. 21 attempts on the ground with 12 through the air for Miami. For an offense that leaned a little bit on the run, but with Brett Gabbert's ability to throw the deep ball over the past 6 years. Wasn't an air raid necessarily, not quite that extreme, but definitely a offense that went into the secondary pretty heavily.
Yeah, I mean, in week 1 and even next week against Rutgers and maybe even in UNLV a few weeks after that, you're still figuring out like what guys in the best role, how's this team gonna mesh well together. When you bring in 0 starters from last year, completely new unit, that's just kind of what you have to do if you're the Miami RedHawks. So now's a situation where you kind of have to figure out who's going to be your go-to guy, especially in bigger games later in conference play. Also, I mean, I think you would like to see more quarterback runs here if you're Daquan Finn, whether designed or not. Had some success with the designed QB run game early. Don't want to risk Daquan's health, obviously, but if you need to score here, and you certainly do if you're Miami, could be something to look at.
Finn's been sacked 3 times. He's got 8 total rushing attempts outside of that. Got to get something done on this drive. It starts at Miami's own 10-yard line. Ball on the right hash. RedHawks traverse from right to left towards the Wisconsin student section that showed up in full force on a weeknight. Finn steps up to chat with his offensive line and lines up in the gun. Takes the snap. Tracy's the back. He's blocking. Finn throws to the far side, and is the catch made? Yes, it is. Right along the sideline on the run by Deion Colsey out to the 27-yard line, and there's a flag in the offensive backfield. This may come back, and it will.
Yeah, well, I'll focus on the positive first. A really good second-level throw there from Daquan Finn. Seen that a couple times from him tonight. And obviously the negative, once again, the inexperienced offensive line, a big-time mistake there. Really, really tough to see.
Pocket came back on Finn pretty quickly. Didn't really collapse, but he got rid of that quickly. That was an excellent throw, but Chuck Martin's not really protesting on the Miami sideline. Twin stacked right, 2 receivers spread out left. Empty set for Finn. He takes the snap, strides 3 yards into the end zone, sets his feet, throws over the middle. It's intercepted. Running down the far sideline, diving towards the pylon into the end zone for a Wisconsin touchdown. It's Preston Zachman. See if they mark him down. But regardless, that's an interception deep into Miami territory, and Miami with a costly first giveaway of the year, as believe they marked him down at the 4 or 5 yard line. They still haven't put the score up. Now they've marked it down to the 2.
Yeah, it looked like he stepped out of bounds right before he leapt into the end zone, but Daquan Finn trying to get a crossing route going was just a little late. You cannot be late on a pass like that. It's an easy interception for Wisconsin.
Preston Zachman, who started every game last year, had 2 interceptions of the Badgers, just 4. Said they wanted to be more explosive on defense. That will suffice. They're set up 1st and goal for the Miami 2. O'Neal with the heavy hitters in front of him. Takes the snap, he hands it off to Iacomelli, barreling straight up the middle. He's short. Does get a yard, but stopped shy of the goal line at the 1. So Wisconsin tries to make it a 17-0 lead. They're up 10-0 with 7:52 and counting to go. 2nd down and goal. O'Neal lines up under center. I formation behind him. O'Neal takes the snap, hands it off again. It's Iacomelli, tripped in the backfield, now pushing forward. They mark him short again. He ends up while on the ground in the end zone, but officiating crew says that's after he was already down. Again, started of his own doing. He looked like kind of tripped when he was trying to shimmy in the backfield, and that allowed the RedHawks to get up to him. Ooh, on second effort, though, it really looks like he got in. Might have marked him done on forward progress, maybe, but that would be very generous to the RedHawks, who now aim for an even closer goal line stand as Wisconsin has chipped the distance in half once more. O'Neal lined up under center. He sneaks it up the middle, and he is in. Only needed a half yard. He got it. It's a rushing touchdown for Danny O'Neal. And with 6:45 to play, Wisconsin goes up 16-0 with a PAT chance to make it a 3-score game.
Yeah, Wisconsin needed to get 2 yards on that drive to get the tutty. They're able to get it. I mean, it's hard to say credit to the Miami defense after giving up a touchdown, but they really did hang tough on those 3 plays.
Mancos' extra point is up and good. And with 6:45 to go, that might just be the nail for this Miami team on a sleepy type of night in Madison. 17-0 Wisconsin with under 7 minutes to play. We have seen Chuck Martin in situations like this, especially after what happened in the fall of 2022. Miami in a sort of similar game where they competed really until the fourth quarter against the Kentucky Wildcats, and he left Brett Gabbert in and ended up suffering a collarbone injury that basically took him out for the year. He came back briefly for a couple game cameo before being re-injured late in the season. So we'll see if we even see DeQuan Finn on what will be Miami's final couple drives of the week.
Yeah, it's certainly something to consider, but I mean, the situation's a little different that this is DeQuan Finn's first game with a completely new roster around him, so it gives him more chance to learn about his teammates and try to gel as the season progresses. We'll see, though. I get both sides of it.
Nico sends an end-over-end kick into the end zone, and Keith Reynolds receives it. Didn't look like he called for the fair catch, but it was blown dead. Might have called for it way early. And so Miami starts at the 25 with 6:45 remaining, trailing at 17-0. Again, looking ahead for the RedHawks at Rutgers next week, followed by a bye week. A little odd to have one that early in the season. There are pros and cons to it. RedHawks will get another one before midweek action, kind of a mini bye as all the MAC teams get sort of a half long week, and then Miami will actually get another longer week coming out of their midweek action slate when they finish out the regular season at home against Ball State. That's on the Saturday after Thanksgiving. So we'll have plenty of time to get a lot of practices in, which Chuck Martin had talked about earlier, said he loves that. It is DeQuan Finn starting this drive for Miami. He takes the snap and throws it to the far side. Pass complete to Billups Williams, sheds the first tackle, and runs diagonally across the 40-yard line. Forced out of bounds at around the 42-43 by Wisconsin's Thomas Heiberger. They'll mark him right at the 40. It's pick up a 15 for Billups Williams.
Certainly would expect Wisconsin defensively to play very conservatively, very laid back, so some underneath options should be open for Finn and the RedHawks.
Again, it is a 3-score game, 17-0. Finn takes the snap on 1st and 10, again throwing, again to Billups Williams, complete on the far side. Ooh. He spins still with his leg in the defender's hands. He's finally ripped down as the tackle is made for the Badgers on defense by may have been Austin Brown there for Wisconsin, but regardless, the pickup of 7. Finn now drops back to pass as Miami's going a little quicker, rolls to the far side, throws on the run, and a leaping effort towards the far sideline. All for naught, as there was no real estate along the tightrope for Keith Reynolds. A Washington transfer whose most action tonight has been on kick returns.
That would have been quite a catch. A lot of ground to make up. He very nearly did it.
Third down and 3 coming up.
That was a very long slide that almost got to the Miami bench.
Finn out of the gun, ball in the right hash. Miami going right to left. Finn takes the snap. Looking to throw, sets his feet, aims for the far side. Pass falls incomplete, but a flag in. As Colsey got torn down by the DB in coverage, Deone Hill. And that's pass interference against number 5 in red. Miami converts by way of the penalty, the third down, and moves into Wisconsin territory.
You know, play like that. I mean, it was a good throw there from Finn, pretty much right up the sideline, so only his receiver can get it. And oftentimes you can get that pass interference on a throw like that.
Finn again back to pass. Rolls to his right, directs his man downfield to block for him. Now he angles out of bounds across the 35 to the 33. Was instructing Keith Reynolds to throw a block on the previous guilty party, Deone Hill, who committed the earlier penalty. Pickup of 5, 2nd and 5 coming up. Clock rolling, 5:22 to go. 17-0 Wisconsin. Trips right, 2 left. Timeout as the snap comes in by Luke Fickell. That's his last one. But thankfully for Coach Fickell and the Badgers, his team clawed ahead by 2 scores and then 3, and those early timeout uses did not come back to really matter much in this stage of the game. We'll have to see what this Miami offense looks like next week. Again, a Rutgers team on the schedule that had Ohio and their prolific offense shut down for the bulk of the game and then got a little Swiss cheesy late. Bobcats put up 31 in what ended up as a losing effort in Piscataway. Miami heads out there next Saturday.
It's a much different looking score than what we have here tonight.
Certainly. See if that's a product of good Ohio offense or bad Rutgers defense. Have to see when Miami heads there next week. This offense has been shut down so far. Best chance to score, they're at the 33 of the Badgers. Finn takes the snap. Pressure coming off the edge. He gets out of the pursuant and throws it to the far side away. Incomplete. Oh, man, he is lucky. That was a cornerback blitz that came absolutely untouched. It's Hill again for Wisconsin that came blazing towards DeQuan Finn and could have lit him up had Finn not seen him at the absolute last second and swerved away. 3rd down and 5 coming up for Miami. Again, they're right on the edge of Dom Job in field goal range, who's hit from 50 plus before. This would be right at 50. 3 receivers right, 2 left. Finn takes the snap. Badgers rush 5. Finn sets, throws to the near side. He's got a man, and it's intercepted. It's Preston Zachman again, who had the near pick 6 earlier. His 2nd interception of the night. That ties his season total from last year. And again, Wisconsin had just 4 picks as a squad all of last season. The Badgers have picked up half of that tonight thanks to one man. As Finn sent it down the near sideline, he had a man open. He was looking for, they say, Kenny Tracy on the catch, but the safety help came over the top. Ball was maybe a hair underthrown, and that was why it was picked off. That virtually does it with 5:05 to go, if that touchdown hadn't already. O'Neal on 1st down, hands it off. Jones goes straight up the middle for about 2 or 3 yards. Or rather, Dupre on the carry for Wisconsin. 3 on the gain. It's 2nd and 7. 4:45 and counting to go. It's 17-0 Wisconsin. So now for the Badgers Attention shifts to next week in Middle Tennessee as O'Neal takes the snap, fakes the run, flings it near side. Pass complete to Vinny Anthony, who caught the touchdown pass, and he gets out of his first tackle and runs it toward the numbers and dives on the 3 and 30. They mark him down at the 27-yard line after the stop by Tony Coleman Jr. First down and 10, but a lot of questions coming up this week for the Badgers about the status of Billy Edwards Jr. But Danny O'Neal has proven to be a very capable backup or fill-in if the Edwards injury happens to be long-term.
He's certainly capable of the job. 12 for 19 tonight, 120 yards and a touchdown. And if he's able to start next week, if he has to, more times with the ones in practice.
O'Neal hands it off, tackle for Dupre, who just keeps on trucking across the 35. He glides through the mud to the 36-yard line before he's brought down. It's a gain of 9, second down and 1 with under 3:30 to go.
And it really has to be a sense of, oh, here we go again. If you're a Wisconsin Badger fan, whether it's Tanner Mordecai's injury a couple of seasons ago or Tyler Van Dyke's injury last year, it seems really, really tough with the injury situation at the quarterback position.
Wisconsin takes the snap in an eye, and they pitch it out to Dupre, but a flag comes in on the far side and play is stopped. Clock stops at 3:05 to go. It's a false start on the offense. Again, for Miami, Chuck Martin said it's going to take time. You've got a lot of receivers that were really highly talented recruits out of high school. Some of them coming after just a year or two at Power 5 schools. Deion Colsey came after 4 at Notre Dame, but really didn't play a ton. So you don't really have a lot of guys that have taken a bunch of snaps at receiver. They're talented, but this is a different level than high school. Snap and a fake handoff to Dupre. O'Neal keeps it himself and gets around the end to the 38-yard line on the near side. That's enough for a first down, and Wisconsin can run this down to the 2-minute timeout if they choose. For DeQuan Finn, a less than ideal Miami debut. He likely finishes 9 for 18 through the air for 83 yards, no touchdowns, and 2 picks. Off and on faced some pretty hot pressure from Wisconsin. He was sacked a few times. Well, we really never got a chance to see him truly cut it loose, which again, with Brett Gabbert at the helm of the Miami offense for the last 6 seasons, it has been ultra rare when Miami has had their true QB1 in the game to not see any big plays. We've reached the 2-minute timeout here from Madison, and we will take one final break. Wisconsin trying to ride this one out. It's 3rd down and 1 for the Badgers, but they lead it by 17. We'll have the conclusion of this one when we return. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. Back in a moment. Two minutes remain. It's Wisconsin 17 and Miami nothing. Alongside Brian Miller, Luke West Poley with you as we finish this one out late into the Thursday Wisconsin night. It's gotten a little chillier here up in Great Lakes Land. Still a beautiful night in late summer, late August. Danny O'Neill takes the snap under center and hands it off straight up the middle on 3rd and 1. Plenty of yardage there for a first down for Jones. Dupre had been taking most of the snaps at running back on this drive with the game essentially at hand, and now with Miami not taking timeouts, past the 2-minute timeout, Wisconsin can run this out with a fresh set of downs.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're going to outright kneel it, but you'd have to assume just regular halfback dives here.
You run a check at the line of scrimmage. Minute 23 to go. Clock still moving. Wisconsin takes the snap. They hand it off. Jones gallops up ahead. Gets across the midfield W to the 48-yard line. Miami's not calling timeouts, and Chuck Martin sheds his headset. Looks like the RedHawks have officially conceded now. Let's see if Luke Fickell just kneels this now with under a minute to go.
Yeah, looks like his headset is off too.
A couple of head coaches that have known each other very well from the Miami UC days, and of course Luke Fickell, as Chuck Martin put it, did things that nobody thought was possible at the University of Cincinnati when he was there. Things have been a lot rockier for him at Wisconsin. Snap and a handoff goes for Jones, and he almost broke that. He's tripped up just past the first down marker and stumbles ahead to the 42 to get the first down, and that should be the end of it. But one thing for Luke Fickell when he was at Cincinnati is he always respected the Miami-Cincinnati rivalry. He took that game very, very seriously, and he always won it. And he stays perfect as a head coach against Chuck Martin. These two coaches who know each other very well will shake hands at midfield in a moment. RedHawks drop their opener once again this season. And very similar to last year, just felt like a sluggish effort here on the road. Plenty to build on, nothing really to be too disappointed about for Miami. But as the clock hits triple zeros, we are officially final from Madison as the Wisconsin Badgers beat the Miami RedHawks 17-0 on this Thursday night here in week 1. Got to feel very good, Bryan, about what you did on defense and what you did on special teams to a certain degree if you're Miami. And Chuck Martin said midweek there's going to be a lot of kinks to work out with all new starters, 11 of them in total. You replaced every guy on the offense in the offseason, and those kinks certainly got in Miami's way tonight. Really never gotten any sort of rhythm offensively. And again, in the Chuck Martin era, we have seen the RedHawks win some games where they haven't really been at their best offensively, but you've needed to get a big play from somewhere, and the RedHawks just never really had it tonight.
Yeah, that big play just never really came for the RedHawks on offense. Had a couple opportunities, but just wasn't meant to be tonight. Chuck Martin in the preseason during fall camp mentioned that 77% of the players on this RedHawk roster, underclassmen or transfers. Compared to a team that had 29 seniors last year, it's going to look a lot different here in the 2025 season. That means, especially in this first game, kind of have to learn a lot because you've only seen your guys against your own guys. So going up against a different opponent, certainly a lot to take away if you're Chuck Martin and the Miami RedHawk coaching staff. Get a little over a week to regroup and take on another Big Ten opponent in Rutgers.
And as Bryan said, RedHawks get a little bit of a longer week. You get 9 days to prep for the Rutgers Scarlet Knights next Saturday, 3:30 p.m. kick. Game can be found on the Miami Radio Network and Peacock. We are off next week. We next talk to you in a few weeks' time as the RedHawks get set to host one of the truly marquee group of 5 games, probably of the entire season, between a team expected to compete in the Mountain West in UNLV and the Miami RedHawks. UNLV, of course, now coached by Dan Mullen, of all people. And they've got a roster that, if you follow recruiting, is sort of a who's who of players that were highly ranked and went to various high major schools. And things didn't necessarily work out, but now they're hoping for a second life at UNLV. That should be a really interesting game. Haven't announced the kick time for that yet. That will probably come, I would imagine, it a week from this coming Monday when they typically announce the kickoff and television information, and that is when we talk to you next for Miami football. So that will wrap things up for us on the night. We are so glad to be back. We'll have coverage for you comprehensively all season long, and we can't wait for that UNLV game coming up on September 20th. Final score tonight from Camp Randall in Madison, Wisconsin. The Wisconsin Badgers 17 and the Miami RedHawks nothing. Special thanks to Dave Meyer, the Miami Sports Info staff, also to the Wisconsin Sports Info staff for the hospitality and the first-class treatment as we headed on the road here in Week 1. We always appreciate the chance to come to these Big Ten venues and get a chance to experience these atmospheres. This was a ton of fun here tonight, but we could not be more excited to get back to our own place in Yager Stadium. We'll talk to you next then on September 20th. Again, stay tuned for kickoff time coming up in just a few weeks. For Bryan Miller, Luke Poley saying so long tonight from Madison. We'll take a break, and when we come back, Andrew Relvas gets you wrapped up on the night with the Red Hawk Radio postgame as Wisconsin defeats Miami in Week 1 action. Thank you for tuning into this presentation of Miami football on Red Hawk Radio.
Welcome to the Red Hawk Radio post-game show. My name is Andrew Relvas. Thanks again for joining us. Miami falls in Week 1 to the Wisconsin Badgers, 17-0 on the road in Camp Randall in their second game in this venue. The first game they lost 58-0, second one 17-0, so much better, but the Red Hawks unfortunately couldn't make the big plays when they had to. Overall, the Red Hawks had 117 total yards of offense to Wisconsin's 353, 83 passing yards to 188 for Wisconsin, the two-quarterback effort, 34 rushing yards to 165 for Wisconsin, over 300 total yards for the Badgers. They get it done against Miami, and they improved to 2-0 in the all-time series against the Red Hawks here in Wisconsin. In terms of first downs, Miami had 7, Wisconsin 23, and Miami was 0 for 9 on third downs. Wisconsin was 50%, 8 for 16, and 1 for 2 on fourth downs. They made the big plays when they had to, and they take care of business against a MAC team. Daquan Finn, finishes 9 for 18 with 2 interceptions, 83 yards. It was Kenny Tracy who had the most rushing yards, 15 on the ground, the longest 9 in terms of receiving. Cole Weaver had 3 receptions for 35 yards. His longest was 20. And for Wisconsin, it was Danny O'Neal who took over for Billy Edwards. He had to exit due to an injury, and Danny O'Neal played well after that injured effort. 12 for 19, 1 interception along with a touchdown, 120 passing yards. Dylan Jones led the rushing attack, 14 carries, 74 yards, 73 net, and no touchdowns. And the leading receiver was Vinny Anthony, 4 receptions, 57 yards, and 1 touchdown. Well, Miami struggled offensively. They certainly are undergoing a lot of change. This team is going to have to figure things out, but good for them. They've got a lot of time to practice. They've got some time to adjust, and we saw kind of that inexperience of that offensive line. Brand new front 5 for the Red Hawks. It's going to take some adjusting, and you know, to be fair, against a Big Ten team like the Badgers, one of the premier programs in college football, feels like they played pretty well against a tough opponent here on the road. But the Red Hawks will take on another Big Ten opponent in a little bit over a week. They will face off against the Rutgers Scarlet Knights next Saturday in Piscataway, New Jersey. So the offense struggled, the defense played admirably, and overall couldn't make the big plays when it mattered most. But pretty good effort for the Redhawks, and they will go on to face on the Rutgers Scarlet Knights on the road next Saturday at 3:30 Eastern on Peacock. And listen to the Miami Audio Network for our coverage on the Miami Athletics website. For Wisconsin, they will next host the Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders at another home game in Camp Randall, September 6th, next Saturday at 3 p.m. Central Time. Should be a fun one for the Badgers And then they've got Alabama in Tuscaloosa the week after. Once again, final score, Miami 0, Wisconsin 17. The Badgers blank the RedHawks, and they improved to 1-0. Miami falls to 0-1. That's going to do it here from Camp Randall Stadium. Thanks again for joining us all evening long. This is a Red Hawk Radio presentation of Miami football. Miami falls in the opener 17-0. My name is Andrew Relvas. Have a great rest of your weekend.